Well, hello there, everyone. It's the Orcosaurus. And it is you. Welcome, King Alpha. Welcome, Charity Champs. Welcome, Strategy Informer. Welcome, Beastman. Happy Saturday, King Alpha, to you too. All right. Lads. I'm just gonna address this here as lads in the future. And the reason is just because I looked at my metrics and we are about 97% male in here, so it's okay. We just say lads. Lads, today we're going to dive deep into the next visual novel of Echo Project. Man of the hour, how are you, Orco? I'm fantastic. How are you? How is everyone today? Saturday, I hope you're all having a good old time. Anyways, Echo Project. We're going to dig deep into Echo Project, next visual novel, Arches. I have not really read anything up on it yet, so we are just going in blind. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Good here, awesome, doing great, even better. So, what I wanted to ask you, everyone, what do you think? My YouTube channel is almost fully monetized. That was one of my goals. And I've been thinking, so once Arches stops, what is there left? We have Ad Astra, still from Echo Project. Ad Astra, like the TV series that came up a bunch of times in Flint's Root. So when we finish this here, Arches, how about I'm going over to Fansly and stream Ad Astra? Would that be something that you would watch? Because Ad Astra has porn in it. And I'm not streaming porn to this platform. I'm not risking it. I already said that. But if you're interested, I will definitely do and make a Fansly account, and then we could probably stream spicy stuff there. Might not be always on because limited time, but I'll try to get a day for that as well, so that we stream 4 times a week, 3 times on YouTube and one time on Fansly. That should cover it. All right. Okay, you all watch. Very good. We could also use our play actually, but I've not seen that site doing anything as of late. I don't even know if it still exists. Ourplay.live. Yeah, it's still there. Could also use that one. But it's like almost exclusively Japanese stuff only. So, but it's fun. Maybe I use our play. I don't know yet. We'll look. We'll look what works. Okay, anyways. I think we are going to start with Arches just like we intended to. And then to, yeah, have a good read tonight. I do think that's fair. All right, let's go. Let's do arches. Oh my microphone is very quiet, and I was thinking why, but now it's perfect. Yeah. Arches. I already love the menu music. So good. We heard that in Echo 2 when those two were on screen. So this is already... oh, goosebumps. I really want to know what happens in this one. I heard it's even more fucked up than Echo, so... apparently both Cameron and Devon have to go through some harsh shit. So I'm stoked. Oh, for fuck's sake, yeah, it will, King. It will. You ready? Because I sure as shit am. Ready. Run. Running was something he was always good at. He was always the fastest in his class. Just last year he came in second in the 200-meter dash at the state track meet. Just 8 months ago, a coach from the University of Pueblo approached him about joining the track and field team after graduation. Just last month, he realized he was the fastest freshman on the team. Just last week, he started to hang out with the older men who could get him into Pueblo gay bars. Just 3 days ago, one of these men spiked his drink. Oh, we're already off to the races here. Amazing. It's already starting with spiked drinks. Good shit. Good shit. Just 2 days ago, he woke up in restraints. Just yesterday, he was being tortured. Just 10 minutes ago, he escaped. He probably escaped Brian. It is Brian. I am very certain it is Brian. And I hope they fucking kill him finally. But now he's realizing that it doesn't matter. Everywhere he looks is only burning desert. There's no one. His attempts to scream for help matter even less because his voice is broken. He can barely wheeze after what the man did to him. And now his empty, droning sounds are being swallowed up by the desert. All the while, the heavy steps scraping through the gravel behind him keep coming. The man isn't in a hurry at all. Running was something he was always good at. No one escapes Brian. No one. But now, when it matters the most, he can't do it. The fastest freshman at a D1 university is no faster than an old druggie. He definitely would have been if he'd eaten anything over the past 3 days. If his ribs weren't broken, if he could see straight. There's nothing straight about this. The man had given him something He told him it was for the pain, but the pain was still there and now he can't even stand. His balance is shot and he keeps stumbling until he's just crawling on all fours. It's now that he realizes the man had let him get away on purpose. This makes him realize something else. He's going to die. Tired from the drug, from the past 3 days of constant fear and torture, and from trying to run, he collapses. He lays in the dirt, sobbing even though tears don't come out. He'd run out of those after all the things the man did to him. Light above is blinding. He wonders if this is God. His mother is a devout Catholic, and even though he never believed, he promises this light that he'll become a believer right here and now if it saves him. The crunching gravel footsteps get closer. I need to go. His voice is still ragged and hoarse. The footsteps come even closer. I have a need. It's a childish, high-pitched laugh. Think I must have hit you on too many times. All you do is talk about your fucking track bullshit now. The huge form moves closer. You know, that shit don't matter no more, right? His chest aches with overwhelming sadness and despair. And it's not just because he's about to die. It's because his mom won't know what happened to him. And it's because the last text message he saw from her said, "Love ya, Bug," with 10 heart and kissing emojis. At the time, he just rolled his eyes and didn't respond. See, this is why you still communicate with your parents if you have good relationship with them. There's always this asterisk right when I say something like this. You never know what happens the next day. He thought he'd be able to do that the next day, or the day after that. After he'd been kidnapped, the man took his phone and set it on the counter. It sat there embossed over and over with messages, and his kidnapper only laughed when he asked to at least read them. Now the tears flow just as the man leans over to him with something heavy in his paw. He hopes his mom is right about God. He hopes he can see her from the other side, just so he can respond somehow. But there's only... Oh well, we're off to the races on a good start, huh? Holy shit, dude! Brian's back already! I wish he was dead. Piece of shit. Cameron holds on to the seat tightly, the coyote's teeth rattling together with every pothole they hit. His boyfriend Devon doesn't seem bothered at all, the bear's paw on the wheel with an elbow hanging out the window. He had been singing loudly to the music playing through the car's Bluetooth speakers And it wasn't until cell phone service was lost that Devon finally seemed to notice Cameron's unease. Are you alright, babe? I think you could go a little slower. What? Cameron raises his voice, yelling over the rattling interior. Go slower! Why? This is the kind of terrain this baby was built for. Okay, but... Cameron's voice bounces as they hit another deep grove in the destroyed road. We don't know what's around any of these bends. What if it just drops off and we go down a ravine or something? That's what the rollbars are for, honey. And I'm pretty sure I'm about to chip a tooth. Oh, come on. Gotta admit there's something nice about feeling the road. Hey, Crumb. Cameron doesn't respond and goes on clutching at his seat. Devon does slow down a bit, though, more carefully maneuvering around the most broken up parts of the road. What happened to the road anyway? Only been, what, 5 years? Flash floods, according to what I read online. Obviously no one's around for upkeep, so this is what happens. Oh, yeah. I forgot how the state works. Dry as hell until a wall of watery death comes down the road during monsoon season. The coyote tenses up as the bear makes another smooth but still sudden turn. And it's even hotter than I remember. How are you? A coyote, Cameron. This is your climate. You know better than to say that. Just because I'm built for it doesn't mean I have to like it. Yeah. But you hate it in Fort Allen too. It doesn't get ungodly hot there though. I can at least deal with it. Well, the transfer to Bonneville City is looking good. So you won't have to deal with it much longer. Cameron shrugs. Milder weather would be nice, I guess. Devon grins. Nicer weather, nicer scenery, nicer people. Everyone's a Mormon. Which is why they're nice. The ones living down there down here aren't. There's a big difference between the fundamentalist and the normal ones. The ones that baptize dead people and wear Jesus jammies under their clothes. Dev shrugs. Most religions are weird when you break them down like that. I'm just saying, whether it's magic garments or prairie dresses, they came from the same fucked up place. Devon doesn't say anything, and Cameron realizes how bitchy he sounds right now. Sorry, I just worry how they might look at us. It's harder to gauge people when they are all fake nice. Yeah, that's true, but look. Dev nods his head towards Cameron's window, and the coyote follows his gaze. Coyote? Coyote? Coyote. It's coyote, right? The rocky, uneven landscape has opened up to a wide expanse of blue. That's like Emma. Which means Echo is... The bear looks ahead. The first thing that Cameron sees is a tall, rusty sign with the letters on top that he can't quite read from the distance. Below is a small, shabby building, and beyond it are a few smaller, even shabbier buildings. Cameron wasn't sure what he'd feel like when he first saw the town. If the coyote really is where Devon thinks he is, then right now he'd feel all the awful, evil things that supposedly happened here. Those small rundown buildings should be exuding the memories of their past, which would then be projected into his mind. But Cameron feels nothing. Of course, he kind of knew this would be the case, but he'd never been to a place that was famously haunted. Not like Echo anyway. Though he worried just a little bit. Dev asked him in the past to go on his amateur paranormal investigations. All because the coyote could see things. He'd remind Dev the proper word was hallucinate. The things he saw were manifested by his own mind. There was no reason for him to give it fuel by going someplace supposedly haunted. Dev got the message pretty quickly and stopped asking. They still talked about all those interests he had though, and Cameron realized there was a lot more to Devon's interest in ghosts than just dumb fun. And even though he'd refused to entertain Devon's psychic bullshit, the bear still took care of him. He'd done so much for the coyote that Cameron was embarrassed to think about it sometimes. So when Dev got his chance to go to the place he'd wanted to go the most, Cameron decided he had to go as well. He's doing this for Dev, to show his appreciation for everything that Dev had been done for him. Still, Devon had been trying to make this seem more like a vacation of sorts. Like Cameron wouldn't be doing any investigation at all. He would need to talk to the bear and let him know that he was willing to do this for real, at least within reason. He also needed to tell him why he didn't like doing this. And that part might be hard. It doesn't look so bad for a ghost town, I mean. Looks can be deceiving. Hang on. Gotta pull over for a sec. Why? Wanna scout out the lake a bit before dark. And I also gotta take a massive leak. Cameron tries not to sigh. Just wanting to get into the town so he can be sure that he doesn't feel anything. To really make sure that there's nothing to be worried about. He isn't worried about ghosts, but rather his own brain and what it might do. The road becomes smoother and newer looking as they pull up to the lake. They were trying to turn this reservoir into a recreational spot right when it all happened. They both get out, Cameron stretching his legs gratefully. That's too bad. It kinda looks nice. Yeah, this place has had a long string of bad luck. Bad luck is one way to put it. Hold that thought, I'm gonna pee. And Dev waddles away, clearly having held it until he almost couldn't anymore. Cameron shakes his head, remembering all the rest stops they passed on the interstate. With a sigh, Cameron leans up against the Jeep, staring out across the lake. The new art style is phenomenal. This really isn't bad at all so far. Sure, they weren't... Sure, they weren't in the town yet, but also those dreams he had, all those terrible feelings. He seems silly now. It's just a small former town with a sad history. If his brain was going to manifest something out of this, that something would just be sad. Cameron knows that his hallucinations aren't real. He's known that since he was a kid, after he first saw a monster in a raincoat in his trailer home. He also knows that ghosts aren't real either. But Devon believes, or at least he wants to believe. He's a true X-File nerd. He wants to believe. He wants it so badly, and he thinks Cameron can see them. Cameron knows there's something extremely wrong, that what could be a disorder being used like this. Devon is also aware of this, painfully aware. To the point that Cameron was able to tell days in advance that he was going to ask about him on this trip. And yeah, this is wrong. But the bear doesn't even think Cameron is mentally ill. Or at least that's how it comes off to the coyote. Devon doesn't understand how it feels to struggle with reality, to have these problems and never get a proper diagnosis. Cameron just knows that something is wrong and always has been. That, and Cameron never really told him what it was like. So how could he understand? He told him a little bit, but he'd always been worried in the back of his mind that Dev would leave if he told him everything. So Dev took those snippets of insight into Cameron's psyche and somehow interpreted it as him being gifted. He couldn't blame the bear. Sometimes the things he sees do seem to have a deeper meaning. Like there's more to it than just mental health. But isn't that just the nature of various mental disorders? Not recognizing the illness for what it is? It had been over 5 years at this point, and Dev had seen Cameron at his worst, at his absolute craziest, and somehow he'd stuck around and still believed the coyote was just a normal guy with some personal issues. Cameron hugs himself a little tighter, realizing that now is the time to really talk about it. And then, after this, they can have a fresh start in Bonneville. Ew. I'm at least 3 pounds lighter after that. You know, while I don't mind taking a piss in the wilderness, I'm not doing anything more than that. Yeah, I was kinda hoping there would be a porta potty or two around here, but it looks like we'll have to dig some holes. Dev! Whoa! Just kidding, babe. We can drive to the rest stop. What's wrong? The coyote pauses, trying to get into the mindset of the sure-to-be uncomfortable conversation is going to require. Just give me a sec. Cameron sees the bear's demeanor change instantly. Okay. But while I'm giving you that sec, I'm sorry for teasing you and being all gross. I know this isn't really where you want to be right now, and I just trying to lighten the mood. And you know it's because I love you. Jesus Christ, stop! Devon goes quiet and swallows. The loud sound it makes almost comical. There's a pause, and though Cameron tries to keep a straight face, the tension just seems to break on its own. I would much rather hear you make poop jokes than act like that. It's so weird. What, being considerate? Sort of. You're considerate, but just not in that weird, anxious way. Well, sue me for trying to be careful. I just don't want to say something stupid and... Cameron cuts the bear off, not wanting to put this off any longer. Devon, just listen for a minute. I know you haven't said it, but let's just get it out in the open that we both know I'm here for more than company. I am not that stupid. And I just want to say what I don't think is a good idea, because what I have is some kind of problem, not an ability. I know I shouldn't think of it that way, but I researched it and I just don't think it lines up with you having a mental... Dev cuts himself off as Cameron sighs deeply. Please don't. I'm sorry. Devon cuts himself off this time, trying to hide a wince. I mean, you're right. That we don't exactly know what my problem is. I just know it's not good. But what's important is that if this helps you, whether I think it's real or not, you've done a lot for me. And I want to be able to do something for you. No. What I think doesn't matter. What's most important is, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be your psychic for the weekend. Wait, really? Death. I'm not spending the whole time role-playing like we are having a good, innocent time in that murder town. But I don't want to make you do something you don't... Oh, I want to. I might not like it, but I want to do it. If only for you. Nope. I've made my decision. I'm doing it. But just this once. You're sure, but just don't put me ahead of you. And I did some research on the forum. You linked me to a few years back. So my sixth sense is primed and ready. That seems finally to snap Devon out of his reluctance, and a slight annoyance at getting cut off every sentence. Wait, seriously? There were so many people like you on that forum, did you? Listen, I want you to find your end. I really do. But I think the worst thing I could do is lie to make you feel better. I am going to be completely honest about everything. Cameron leans up against the Jeep. Whether or not I see something. Of course, that's what I want. And that's why you shouldn't be getting your hopes up high right now. Just telling you that I'm gonna try. The bear stares at Cameron for a few seconds, just smiling. What? I'm just glad I met you, and that we're together, and that you're here with me. Devon wraps an arm around Cameron, pulling him into his side as he leans up against the Jeep too. Ah, look at this. This is beautiful. But seriously, if you ever feel like, don't know, you're just not into it, just let me know. Well, as long as you're not expecting anything, I think it'll be alright. Yeah. Devon goes on grinning and Cameron narrows his eyes. Because I'm getting the feeling that you're expecting a lot. Devon pauses, seeming to think. Well, I'm also happy that you're being more open like this. I'd always felt like you didn't want to talk about it. Cameron also thinks. I guess I just didn't want to be told that what I see must mean something, you know? Yeah, that would get old pretty fast. But since we're talking about it now, does it not? Like, some of the things you mentioned don't make sense. Like that raincoat creature. But what about your old friend who, you know, got shot in the head? After I hallucinated that, someone shot him in the head? Yeah, that one. This is what I'm talking about. You and all of us really like to see meaning in everything. That we have a purpose in life, a reason. Reason, purpose, and the meaning of life means nothing to the universe. No, it means nothing to the universe, but it means something to yourself, and you need to make something out of it, Cameron. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Everything just is. Whether it has meaning is up to us. Well, at least he got that down. Yes, it's weird that I hallucinated the way he would die, but he was also involved in things that could have led to that. I knew he'd been dealing drugs in a really risky way, so I knew his life was in danger, and I was on fucking ketamine. All the reason is there. Oh no, he was on ketamine. Jesus Christ, Cam. Fucking druggy. Well, Dev shifts around, clearly uncomfortable and trying hard not to look that way. I get that, but there's a lot of other examples I could bring up. Maybe it's a coincidence at some point. Don't you have to wonder if maybe it's something else? Cameron sighs. Of course I have. But what always worries me is that paranormal stuff you're into and the afterlife and all that. Why are you afraid of that, Cameron? What do you think this is there to find? It reminds me of my mom. Dev doesn't say anything, just waiting and listening. You know, towards the end, right before I left, she was usually amped up on something. to stay awake for her 3 jobs, whether it was amphetamines or meth. She barely slept. Shit. Holy fucking shit. That mom, oh boy. Amphetamine, meth, cocaine. Nothing is sacred for this woman's. Nothing is safe from this woman's nose and lungs. We had this box fan in our trailer, and one day, after she turned it on, she asked me if I could hear someone talking from the fan. Cameron had debated on whether or not he should give Devon all the details about his mother, but he feels like he needs to say it. If only so that Devon would have some explanation as to why. I said no, but she sat next to it and listened, and eventually had this huge epiphany that it was God. And she did that for weeks, and that's almost all she did when she was home. Listening to the fan talk to her. Jesus Christ, that woman had a fucked up mind. I'm not sure what all it was saying to her. I don't even think it really understood what was going on. I just knew that sometimes stim addicts did that kind of stuff, especially when they don't sleep, you know. But then she started to look. Wait, can I go back? Yeah. But then she started to look for specific shapes, arches and half circles. This voice told her that she could get into heaven if she passes under the right one. Oh my god, I don't like where this is going. But the voice also told her that the devil would trick her with fake ones to make the real one harder to find. She pointed these out to me. Oh, there were so many. And yeah, they were there. But when you look for these patterns, for something as simple as the shape of an arch, Cameron traces a finger along the arch of the wheel while he's leaning against. You're gonna find them. Eventually she told me everything was warped. I guess she was so fucked up that these shapes just popped out of her, like her brain was highlighting them and she couldn't ignore them. On the last day she told me that even I looked like an arch, and that she thought I had been damned to hell. She looked completely done. She told me she'd be back to save me, and then she just walked out of the trailer. A few hours later, she drowned trying to swim under a bridge, and everyone in the trailer park kinda saw it. It's just another delusional druggie getting themselves accidentally killed. Cameron had told Devon his mom drowned in a river while on drugs, but the details are chilling, and the bear just wraps his arms tighter around Cameron. But I think it was a suicide, that she was just so tired of her shitty life that she bet on that bridge being the arch that would lead her to heaven, one way or another. So that's why I worry about following these patterns. Even if it's just something like looking for UFOs or ghosts. Like, yeah, the meth and lack of sleep pushed her over the edge. But is there something genetic there too? My dad had problems too. What if I'm predisposed to it? I thought drugs were making it worse, but I haven't used since the second month after I met you. And I still see shit sometimes. I mean, whatever is going on with me, it's stable. But I wonder if that'll last. Devon clears his throat. I would never let that happen to you. I know I say stupid shit about it, but I know it can be dangerous. And I am always looking out for you. Honestly, it's nice to hear that, because just letting my mom sit next to a fan for 3 hours straight every day, feeding on her delusions, was the dumbest thing I've ever done. But I was high on my own drug of choice because I just didn't care. But the thing is that even through that hell she was in, she cared. I took too much a few times, and even though she was listening to her fan in her own world, sticking post-it notes to all the shapes she saw, she still noticed right away when my breathing wasn't right. And I woke up to her spraying Narcan up my nose. Cameron sees Devon tilt his head in question. It counteracts opioid overdose. But the thing is, my mom didn't like opioids because they made her nauseous. So that means she got those nasal sprays just for me. Just in case, even when I thought she was too absorbed in her own world to care. So it hurts to think about that night. I just let her walk out of the trailer like that. Oh man, look, we are not even an hour into this and this shit is already fucking emotional. Dude, what's going on? Like, fuck. Jesus, I need a break. Holy hell. Cameron takes another deep breath. He hadn't planned to talk about that last part, but it just came out. Sorry, I really wasn't planning to go into all of that. Dude, do not be sorry. But it's part of why I am the way I am. I know my symptoms don't perfectly match up with what you've researched on the internet, but they're close enough. And honestly, maybe you're right. Maybe there's more after we die, and somehow I can help you find it. But if things go south, and if something's wrong with me, just pull me back. Seeing the shape of an arch, remembering all the markers she put on them. It's like a reminder of what happened to her and what could happen to me. Wordlessly, Devon pulls Cameron into a hug, and the coyote presses his head against his chest. At that moment, Cameron realizes then why so many people love their therapists. He'd always worried that Devon would get too weirded out by what happened when he was a teenager. That he would finally see all of the skeletons in his closet. Neglectful, neglected, abusive, abused, and so hopelessly addicted. Just like his mother, the definition of trailer trash. Cameron was all those things at some point in his life. But he knows that doesn't matter to Devon. After a while, Devon lets go, and they start getting back into the Jeep. Their bear feeling slightly shaky. Cameron opening up just now had been truly harrowing. Devon had known bits and pieces of his coyote's history, but to hear it like that, how he'd overdosed and almost death shudders. He's just glad that the coyote is safe with him now, out of that hellhole. As he's about to get in on his side of the Jeep, he stares out towards the town, just a mile or so away. While Cameron had told him that this While Cameron had told him that all this had made him feel better, Devon was feeling more conflicted than ever. Everything that Cameron just told him practically screamed that this was a bad idea, that this wasn't good for him. Does it matter what he thinks about Cam's hallucinations? That his skimming of abnormal psychology literature about hallucinations led him to believe Cameron wasn't mentally ill. No. How could he take him to echo after hearing that? How could he ever drag him into this endless hunt for the truth ever again? Yet at the same time, Cameron's telling him he wants to do this. Dev looks over the hood at Cameron, tapping his blunt claws against the soft top of the Jeep. Hey, Cam. What do you say we just keep going north? Check out the desert, you know? See what Barnwell might be like. See what the Mormons are really like. It could be fun. While he says this, there's a crushing feeling in his chest, dreading that Cameron might say yes, but at the same time, hoping that he will. I mean, with the way things are going, I don't even know if we'll be able to cross state lines in a few weeks. They're trying to shut everything down. But Cameron stares back at him before smirking. Oh no, this is something you've wanted to do for years. I mean, fuck me for dropping all that on you right before we got there. But you know I'm a procrastinator. Yeah, that was some absolute procrastination there. Olympic medal on that one. Like, holy shit, Cam. I don't want to feel guilty, but just be aware. I don't want you to feel guilty, but just be aware. And I kind of want to face my fears in a way, you know. I'm ready for this. Before Devon can say anything else, Cameron gets in. Dev looks over at the lake, actually not sure what he's about to do. Hey, Nikoi! Welcome! If he was a good boyfriend, he'd drive away from this place. Cameron would yell, curse, moan about how it took them 10 hours to get there. And finally you stream and I had a day off. Yeah, sometimes that happens. and Devon would shut him up with one of those sugary abominations from Starbucks. And he would never talk about Echo again. He would listen to Cameron and trust him about how it actually felt to see awful stuff. They'd move, get married, get a big house sooner or later, Dev would get his answers. Because everyone does at the end. Man. Wake up my boyfriend. Please don't wake up your boyfriend and tell him it was me in the end. As they pull out of the parking lot, he thinks he's made his decision. But as he tells him, going to turn left back up the road they came, he turns right. Just don't scream. I won't. Probably not. Probably not. Because just before he did, he sees a flash of pink in his mind's eye, floating in the middle of a pond. And it's like someone hit him full force in the chest. Before he knows it, Echo is ahead of them. But I know you're late, but holy fuck, did you miss something? Jesus Christ, did you miss something? Devon frowns as they pull up into the parking lot of the motel, staring at the graffiti-covered walls. The cartoonish caricatures have a way of cheapening this experience, like this is only a stupid haunted house attraction. Yeah, you should rewatch the start, definitely. Because this was actually a fucking good read. And I also did my best to not read it like fucking shit. So, this is home base, huh? Devon rubs the back of his head, feeling self-conscious after talking this place up for so long. It didn't look this bad in the pictures. People never have respect for stuff like this. I don't think it looks bad. I love street art like this. And it just makes me feel less alone. Like, a lot of people have been here, and we're just fine. Actually, keep an eye out in case one of them is lurking around. All the graffiti artists I knew were really nice. Dude. It is another gay-ass furry story. But I think it already started off pretty interesting. It's about those two, Cameron and Dev. And yeah, they are in love with each other and they are exploring Echo. 5 years after the happenings of the first game. And it's already pretty good. Not my kind, but sure. What are you actually into, Nikoi? I'm really interested. What is it what would you like to see on the channel? Or what kind of games do you want to see? Big muscular man. Okay. I mean we can get that down somehow. It's not nice to do it in a place where a bunch of people got killed. Well, I think a lot of people would disapprove of what we are doing. And I know you're nice. So just lighten up a little. Ow, jeez! Cameron walks past the bear, slapping him hard on the ass as he does. Just want to watch you do random shit. Okay, I can do that for you. Devon raises a brow, not sure what to make of Cameron's high spirits. They just had one of the heaviest conversations of their relationship, and well, maybe that's why. If Cameron was feeling more comfortable being honest and open with Dev, then that could only be a good thing in the bear's mind. Hi, I'm random shit. Yeah, we can do random shit. I like random shit. Like, I'm the most random guy you'll ever meet. Like, I've never thought I'd read visual novels with furries in it when I started out in 2019 streaming. Or was it 2018? I don't remember. But I've been around the block for a few days. Man didn't get the joke. Yeah, I know. The joke is often flying above my head. Sometimes. Oh. After returning a much harder ass slap that makes Cameron yelp. Is that already spousal abuse? That backfire. The bear joins him in exploring the area. Considering that the motel is supposed to be the most haunted building in Echo, Dev had thought it would be a good idea to set up base here. Especially in room 12. But most of the numbers are missing and most of the heavy metallic doors are locked. Even though they are all dented from what looks like the results of literal battering rams. Well, they sure seem to care a lot about boarding the place up. They probably got tired of dumbasses crawling in and getting hurt. Yeah, but luckily I'm not a dumbass. Hey, what about me? Well, I don't think a music degree will help us in this situation, but you're still pretty smart. Oh shit, that's right. You majored in mechanical engineering and you work at the most valuable industrial automation company in the country. Yeah. Devon is a little taken aback by just how cold Cameron's response is. Well, go on. Your classes in dynamics and calculus-based physics should figure this out for us. Cameron's voice drips with sarcasm, and Dev can only assume he's making fun of the way the bear had tried to impress him with his coursework during their first dates. Oh my god. I can't imagine that. That's absolutely... I have a music degree. Oh yeah, sure. What you got, boo? I got physics-based engineering, bitch. But Devon tries to salvage the earlier good-natured mood. Well, I could probably break those boards as long as I move my fist at a high velocity. You see the amount of kinetic energy? Dev's half-hearted teasing trails off. He never much liked the outright disdain his fellow STEM students had for the arts and soft sciences. It's just that it would get Cameron riled up, and that was funny in college. Now Devon feels like a dick. Besides, Cameron's ability to understand and play music is basically magic to the bear. Devon's grasp of music is a surface level, and he's slightly tone deaf to boot. Cameron wouldn't ever point this out. He'd just sing along and attempt to harmonize. While Devon had been offered his six-figure salary career before he even graduated, he had watched Cameron's dreams of working in the music industry slowly evaporate over the past 3 years. Oh, that's harsh. Now Cameron is working at a call center, he hates. That hurts. Like, that fucking hurts a lot right now. I am... Oh, you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I am personally, like, really attacked here. I'm not attacked here, but I can see myself a lot in this. I mean, I don't really hate my day job. You're a Nikoi, now Sharkoi. I can identify myself really with this right now. Like, I wanted to be a translator and interpreter, and that shit is going out the window. Nuh-uh. Who are you then? Are you Mr. Knock Knock? The bear had thought himself to be so smart in college, and yeah, he did alright. But now he's becoming more aware of what a dumbass he actually is when it comes to communicating with actual people, with his literal boyfriend. He needs to apologize for this one. Bear clears his throat. Yo, Cam. Dev shuffles up to the coyote. But before he can say anything, Cameron just points at the door. See? Number 8. And the door over there is number 3. So, counting this direction, Cameron's frosty demeanor is completely gone. 10, 11, in room number 12. And wouldn't you know, it's open. Sharkoi, didn't I say you were Sharkoi? You were Nikoi and now Sharkoi? Ah, sweet! Yes. Okay. Thanks, I went to college. I changed. Yeah. You got basically your new shark dressing on. Gone is the Nico dressing. Now the Sharkoi dressing. Shark dressing. Shark dress. Yeah. I need to stop talking. Ha ha. Now I'll go in first to make sure everything's clear. Of what? I don't know. Waters? Well, get ready to find a dead squatter, because how the hell would they survive? Actually, you just reminded me that there are a couple of creeps that live here. Like stubborn locals that won't leave. At least that's what a post said from like 2 years back. Usually I have all my stuff on the same thing. Yeah, true. I mean, I haven't changed my stuff in years. The only time I really changed was when I switched from Mixer to Twitch. Because then I put the in front, because my ex in Twitter account was TheOrcosaurus and not just Orcosaurus, because Orcosaurus was taken. And so I just rolled with the TheOrcosaurus, and I've been rolled with that ever since. Too lazy. Nah, it's branding, dude. Branding is everything. If I ever get reborn as a sexy Skaven, then that might change though. Or as a sexy Minotaur. Everything's on the table. But I don't get reborn, I stay Orc. Orc forever. What? I don't like the sound of that. Are they dangerous? Yeah, exactly. Born to be silly, forced to lock in. Yeah. I feel that. From what I gathered, they are more of the get off my lawn variety of creeps. Those types can be still dangerous if no one's being killed by them yet, then I think we're good. But like I said, I'll look out for you. Death lets out a mock growl. I'll make him permanent residents of Echo. And by that I mean dead ones. Devon? Now Devon can tell that the coyote is really upset. What's wrong, babe? You told me no one lived here. You said that a bunch of times. Cameron, it came up a few times on the forum, and the posts I remember were really mundane. I honestly just forgot. Alright. Devon stares at the coyote waiting, but he doesn't say anything. Cameron, is there anything you want to tell me? If there is, I'm still hoping you'll be open, like you said. I know. Hey, it's all good, man. Just like, I'm expecting you just to share everything on your mind now. But I'm here to listen if you want to talk. It's just hard to explain. I guess the fact that there are real people still living here just make it a little scarier. Does it have to do with the dreams you were having? Dev watches Cameron closely, but this seemed genuinely confused himself. Kind of. But they were weird. I don't think they really meant anything. I mean, I could look into that, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be honest. I will wait until we have enough people to make a makeshift campaign happen. I still answered. Can't retract the message all you want. I also saw the abuse. I saw it. So at 10K, they can put it. Oh no, no! Please don't put it in the jar. Please don't do the pony jar. Oh God. That poor plushie. Yeah, I'm just overreacting. Just really don't want to have the Deliverance experience on top of the ghosts, you know? Oh, Deliverance reference. I getcha, and there's nothing wrong with being vigilant. My friend from Southland, the one from the town, even more haunted than Echo. He says something horrific happens between a backpacker and an outback redneck every other year or so. How comforting. But while I was sort of joking earlier, anyone tries anything, I will do what needs to be done to stop them. I know. Dev doesn't tell Dev doesn't tell Cameron that in that moment. He kinda does wish, though, he'd gone through with getting a gun for protection. If those men are still around, the bear has no doubt they will have plenty of guns. How are you American and don't have a gun? How is that even possible? That's a physical impossibility. Cheers. Well, let's not think about that. Because it's not gonna happen. Unless they're squatting in that room. Not for long. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did you want to stay here? That's genetically impossible. The bear's exaggerated bravado becomes genuinely cautious as he opens the door. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. They already get like the gun in the crib. The room is hotter than it is outside. As if it were magnifying and trapping the heat. Okay, yeah, this is doable. Hey, Cam, all clear. Ah, no murderous hillbillies in the... Oh, gross. What were you expecting? You just need to straighten it out a bit. Look, there's even a mattress over there. You're not going to sleep on the mattress, Devon. Wait, we are not gonna use it for sleeping or anything, are we? Why do you think I brought sheets? Oh, I am not sleeping. Kidding. Those are just to give us cover for the disgusting places we might sit. I already told you I have a room booked in Peyton. And we'd better use it, no matter how into this you get. Oh, of course. But we might as well make this place as comfortable as we can. Cameron is quiet and Dev turns to see him staring at a plethora of rusty nails on the ground around the window and mattress. Yes, we fucking are. We just gotta sleep right here. Your tetanus shot is up to date, right? That's a great question. Yeah, great. Just don't puncture yourself on anything. I'll try to clean those up. At least, along with all the other sharp, rusty things on the floor. Wow, that looks almost livable. Doubt. Cameron watches Steph step back, brushing his paws against each other loudly. Well, I'd say that's rather cozy, don't you think? I've seen actual homes that look worse, so yeah, I'd say so. Gotta love all the mold here on the wall. All these moldy spots here. Prime time for sleeping. Well, I think it's not moldy spots, but kinda looks like it. Average $10,000 apartment. Yeah, it's probably San Francisco down here. So, what do you know about paranormal investigation? You said you did research? Turns out you just run around with a flashlight and call the ghost a bitch. Good one. Hey, I'm sorry. Didn't know that reality show ghost hunters were such sore spot for you. They single-handedly ruined the credibility of actual investigations. Well, they brought it more attention, right? Anyway, all I really know is what you do. EVP stuff. Taking pictures, just sitting around and waiting, stuff like that. Exactly. No one can guarantee the safety once the ghost gets pissed at you. That's a start. Actually, I was thinking you'd deal with most of that stuff. So what I mainly researched had to do with those who were more gifted. It's almost physically impossible for the coyote to use that word to describe people like him. Oh, yeah. I wanted to say earlier how happy I was you looked through that forum. It must be annoying just hearing me go on about it when I don't even experience it. No, you're fine, Dev. Actually, Cameron much preferred to hear it from Dev. Half of the people on the forums were clearly liars with a savior complex. And then the other half were contacting these assholes to help communicate with a dead loved one. Cameron couldn't stomach it and just ended up looking at a blog that seemed a bit more legit. So what did you find out? The way the bear is lit up now that they are talking about investigating reminds Cameron that he at least needs to try. Well, according to these psychics, it's pretty simple if you have the extra sense. First, approach the location with clear intentions. I'm here to see or hear something from the past. Second, keep an open mind, which is something I promise to do. And finally, if you sense that the presence is hostile, always remember that it can hurt you. In these cases, they might not actually have ever been a person. I wouldn't worry about demon shit. Even I have a hard time believing in that. Hey, there's something you can agree on. We can agree on. Now I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume something terrible happened in this room. Why else look for a specific room, right? I don't want you to tell me what happened, but I also assume this is a bit of a test. Oh, I don't want to call it a test. I'm gonna be recording and looking for the thing that happened in this room too. They do more than just hurting. Just thought you might want to see if you sense anything and compare it with what actually happened. I think that's a good idea. I'm just gonna do some light touch sensing, I think they call it. So I won't see anything, but just sense what might have happened. But tell me if you feel things aren't right, of course. I'll be fine. Right, I'll get started. We won't go super late today. Just wanna get a feel for things. Sure, I'll get started by opening my mind and making my intentions clear. Okay, babe. I love you. Devon leans in and kisses Cameron on the head. On which head, huh? On which head? We need to see pictures. No, don't show pictures. This is YouTube. Then Cameron watches as Dev turns off the lantern, plunging them into darkness. Lugging around equipment while trying to be quiet about it quickly gets Devon sweating through his shirt. He hadn't really thought about the heat, even when Cameron was complaining about it, but his shirt had been plastered to his fur, and he had taken it off. He's making the extra effort not to disturb the coyote because Cameron seems to be really trying, his eyes closed and ears up. Devon didn't even need to ask him to take out his phone so he could record audio. He just did, and Devon, that just proves how much Cameron wants to do this. As Devon goes about testing his equipment, Cameron shifts and mumbles something. Dev perks up. Hey, hon, I'm right here, alright? I need to get more comfortable. At the same time, he adjusts himself so that his feet are on the suitcase in front of him. Oh, okay. Something about Cameron's demeanor is bothering Devon. And Cameron's words were a little slurred. And he does seem kind of not quite there. Should he pull him out of it? Devon had never seen a psychic in action before, so maybe this is normal, like a trance. I think Cam is just asleep. I would be too. I know that for a fact. He hopes it's normal because even if Devon can't find his answers, he'd give them up for Cameron to discover he is a psychotic. As he's fiddling with the EMF sensor, Red suddenly clutches at his chest. What if the opposite happened and Cameron and Cam really did lose his mind? Like when his mom got psychosis. If that happens, Devon is only now realizing that he would be responsible. And how could Cameron forgive him for that? I mean, probably not at all, because if you have psychosis, well, it might not be permanent psychosis. That is true. How could he forgive himself? Shit! Devon hisses under his breath. What the fuck is he doing? Bringing his boyfriend to this room where that happened. He was usually alone or with friends when he's doing these investigations. And his want to see something always overpowered the fear. He just assumed Cam would be used to scary shit, especially after he described the flat-faced creature in a raincoat that he'd been seeing since he was a kid. I want to know what this flat-faced creature in a raincoat is. I feel like we know who that is. He just assumed. Why is it only now that he's realizing what the consequences can be? Well, it's because the things Cameron had told him by the lake had changed a lot of things in the man's mind. You're the creature. So you're a burnt lizard. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. A lizard who has been toasted alive. This isn't something a loving partner does to another partner. He's fucking using Cameron for his own selfish reasons. Devon knows that the coyote has some kind of ESP abilities. But that didn't mean he didn't also have other issues that could fuck him up. That didn't mean that possibly seeing these awful things wouldn't cause him to develop more issues. Although when taken out of his sails, Devon stares at the ground thinking. Then he gets up and paces for a bit, beginning to make up his mind. Deciding that right after this they are done, no matter what. The bear looks at the closet, the one where a wolf from Isita tribal council hung himself in the early 90s. Oh. Oh, okay. If only he could see one thing, just one sliver of proof that she's okay on the other side. He'd be at peace with all this. Really. The biggest hurdle ahead of him is embarrassment of ditching his plans and figuring out how to tell Cameron why. Dev lets out a shuddering sigh, standing in the closet, looking at the bar, that bar, wondering if it's the same one that the wolf used. Devon feels something. Not a good something. A chill runs up his spine, and suddenly he's shivering. No way. It's actually happening. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's all he can manage to say. It's happening, but it feels so wrong. Then a fear that he's never known before takes over. He wants to turn around. He wants to call out to Cameron. But it's like something is around his neck, holding him in place. He's gonna get hung too. And then he hears a horrible sound behind him. Cameron knows something is happening for sure. It's scary, but at the same time, making him question what he'd always believed. Had Devon been right about this stuff? Should I introduce you to the concept of fear? I'm pretty well familiar with the concept. Man, look in the face. He had just misunderstood himself for so long. He could set someone. Nothing like the monster he'd seen in the past. Said this was a man in a suit with a bolo tie. He was sad, he was angry, and he was terrified. Cameron knew this was often what psychics described when talking about sensing people from the past. You feel their most intense moments in life. This man, this wolf, is going to do something terrible. And while Cameron is marveling over this, the wolf suddenly changes. At the same time, Cameron feels a bit his focus turn on him. This gives the coyote pause, because now his presence was trying to interact with him. Was this right? Cameron thinks it is. It could be. But something doesn't feel right about it. Like, this isn't what he thinks it is. But he supposes that anyone doing this for the first time would feel it to be strange. Maybe he was doing the light sensing wrong. The point is to listen to the past, like a recording. This direct communication is scaring the coyote. That this could be his chance to answer Dev's question, and his own question for that matter. I'm sorry to bother you after... What's after death? Where do we go? It feels stupid and clumsy, but it's all that comes to his mind. So Cameron asks it over and over. There's a long empty pause. And then something like a cackle. It almost sounds fake, like a Halloween toy. But it's dark, mean, and it's making fun of him. All the feelings of wonder and hope for breakthrough are deflated instantly. He needs depth. He needs to open his eyes. Cameron's eyes are heavy, and she can barely focus. Barely. He can barely focus on Death. You get it? Because Death's a bear, huh? I think my jokes have been better. Something has gone terribly wrong. This presence is evil, malicious. This isn't a person. Now all that the coyote can sense is that profound tragedy has just taken place. Wowie, low. He needs Devon, and he thinks he sees him as his vision begins to slowly focus. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Did his boyfriend just hang himself? Is that what's going to happen here? Holy fucking shit. At first, Cameron doesn't understand what he's seeing. How is Steph standing like that? Why isn't he moving? He realizes why over the next few seconds. The unnatural weight Dev's weight seems to pull up at his neck says it all. Cameron starts screaming, but it's weak, muffled. Barely a wheeze from his throat, and he can't move. Paralysis. This is real. This is sleep paralysis. But something about this is so fucked, so real, and he couldn't have fallen asleep. He's almost positive about that. Yeah. This visual novel is just no holds barred at this point. Like, holy fuck. But even if he had, his boyfriend could actually be hanging himself while the coyote sits uselessly on the couch. The terror begins to engulf him. How could this happen? How could he do this? How? Cameron tries screaming again, but again it's just a wheeze of breath. He stares at Devon's contact image instead of Devon dead in the closet. They took that picture in college 5 years ago and just a month into their relationship. And at the time, it was a token to show his other gay friends, to prove he had a boyfriend and that he was a handsome bear. And he'd never changed it, even though he had no one to show off to anymore. Yeah, why would he change it? It's fucking cute as shit. How the hell did they end up here? The phone picks up and switches to speaker automatically. Yo! Downey! Coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you! Even more subscriptions. Thank you so much. Well, welcome everyone. New channel members, I guess. Happy 2025, the year of snoring horn. What are we snoring on? A set pair of fat tits. The phone picks up and switches to speaker automatically. Speaking of me, of course. I know you're speaking. Womp womp, I didn't get it. Oh no. Yeah, I'm sorry. Cameron knows deep down that this must be a dream, but Devon is still hanging in the closet. Not your lovely constituents here. And he's overcome by the horror that this could just be a partial dream, and that the worst part of it is real. It makes Cameron try and fail to scream again. You want to know, like? Cameron stares at the phone, unable to understand through the static, but able to recognize the voice. You said you wanted to know what, like, to die? I'd say it's like drowning forever, conscious forever, while you suffocate for what made you happy when you were alive. Then again, you don't believe in anything, so what you really want to know is what it's like to disappear. Because you're scared. The problem with YouTube is when you do gifted subs, and that's just how it works, is like it's completely randomized. But that's how it is. Because you're scared. You tell yourself you want to die. That you wish your mom didn't save your worthless life. That you deserved it. Now you tell yourself that if it weren't for me, you'd have ended things back in college. You both know that's a lie. Because you're a fucking coward. You'll stay alive as long as you can be with someone who can keep you alive. I could have treated you like absolute shit the past 5 years. And you'd still be around today. You fucking begged Dylan not to leave you. Just weeks after he punched you and gave you that scar. The one you said you got from falling against a cabinet. You are sick. Meanwhile, you let me put you in this situation. You said you wanted it. Do you still want it? No, 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 please, God, no. Cameron can't even move his lips. Anyway, I'm getting a little off topic, aren't I? Wanted to know what the afterlife is like? I'll give you an idea. Devon's voice becoming more muffled. Yo, Lupita! Tell my boyfriend what it's like. It's quiet for a moment, and Cameron just sits in stunned misery, just waiting. A terrible demonic scream screeches through the phone, and Cameron's fur bristles all over his body. And he fights this prison that he's in with everything he has. And finally breaks free. It takes Devon a moment to realize the terrible sound is coming from Cameron. He's never heard him make a sound like that before. At that moment, whatever it was, whatever it is, that has hold on the bear dissolves and Devon turns around, heaving for breath. When Dev looks at him, He sees Cameron's eyes are wide open. Cameron! Cameron makes that sound again. Though Devon has no idea what Cameron is seeing. He knows that it's something terrible. Devon feels himself beginning to panic. Baby, please, what's happening? Cameron just stares back at Devon. Finally snaps. Cameron! Devon is stepping out of the closet. Oh, really? Is he now? I thought he was already out of the closet. When suddenly Cameron lunges off the couch, making a feral sound. The look of the coyote's eyes is so intensely unlike him that Devon draws back in fear. Honey, it's me! To Dev's shock, Cameron's paws fly to the bear's neck, but instead of squeezing it like he thinks he's going to, they rip at the thick fur there. Wait, stop! Devon manages to catch Cameron's paws in his own much larger paws, easily restraining the smaller male. Cameron continues to stare at Devon's neck, seeming to search intently. Then he looks at Dev's face. I saw you dead! You called me and screamed at me! Though Devon doesn't understand, he can tell this wasn't one of Cameron's typical night terrors. The look on his face says it all. Fuck! I'm really sorry. I'm driving you to Peyton right now. Or wherever the hell you want to go. But as Dev tries to pull him to the door, Cameron resists. Wait! Just let me catch my breath, okay? Okay. Just take deep breaths, okay? Devon fumbles with the lantern until he turns it on. Then he stands next to Cameron for a few moments, listening to him sob. Can I at least hold you, please? Cameron leans towards him as an answer. While Dev strokes his head, Cameron starts to rub his back, like he knows that Dev had been terrified too. I'm fine, it was just a really intense vision. I'm sorry, I've never seen you like that before. It scared the absolute shit out of me. Did you think I was attacking you? Huh? You were going after my neck, sort of. Oh no, I saw you hanging in the closet. Cameron's breath hitches in his chest. Like, from your neck. Oh shit! Yeah. And it was so fucking real. They hold each other in silence for a while. I mean, he is terrified as shit. I think they actually portray that as really well. At the moment, or maybe I'm giving it too much credit, but they do a fairly good job at showing what is happening here, and that it's pretty bad, I guess. For both of them. Dev's more the casual guy. I don't know what Dev's motive is so far. We don't know what his motive is. Why he wants to do this in Echo. I do think that we saw, I know you weren't there, that's why I explained it. So at the start of the visual novel, we saw somebody basically die. and we do not know who it was. But I know exactly who the murderer is. And I do think that Dev is looking for whoever got murdered. Or he is, he's looking for the murderer. That is my kind of gauge what Dev's doing here. He wants to know that. And he dragged Cameron kinda into it. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. I do think that Dev really cares about Cam though. Yeah. And they're both cute together, not gonna lie. They both hold each other in silence for a while, never mulling over what Cameron just told him. Yeah, I mean, there's also the thing that in this room, as they said, somebody hung himself already, so it is part of the stuff that's tied to Echo, but it's also their personal trauma again that comes out in this environment. You're right, correctly, Eastman. And it's also connected to something that might happen later. But I don't think they have the balls to kill off one of the two. I at least hope not. It would be fucking crazy if they did though. Dev no longer has doubts that Cameron is psychic, but right now that doesn't matter. He just wants the coyote to feel safe again. Devon? Yeah, honey? I think you're right. What about? Something happened. I don't know if it's ghosts or whatever the hell else that could have been. But that wasn't just me. I've never felt or seen anything like that before. There's more to this than me being crazy. There has to be. We can talk about that when we're in Peyton, okay? That paw looks oddly familiar in the shadow behind it. I rewatched their video a bit. Yeah. Dev, I promise to be honest with you, and I need to tell you something now, otherwise I probably never will. What is it? Dev's heart starts to pout as he sees the look on Cameron's face. Lupita was in this vision, Dev. But please believe me when I say that I don't think it was really her, but... What? Cameron hesitates. Cameron, please tell me. I'm really sorry, but I heard her. And it was awful, and I don't know. It was just a scream. It was horrible. The floor seems to fall out from under Devon, and he feels like he's falling into an abyss. Oh, look, little animations in the background even. I mean, you can't really see it because chat's in the way, but they really, like, compared to Echo, they like completely amped up the production value. It is amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic shit. And can you believe that this all is for free? Like all of their visual novels, Echo Project, like this collective that makes like Echo and Arches and Astra and the Smoke Room. Well, they used to make the Smoke Room, not anymore. they all release the shit for free. They have a Patreon of supporters, but when they release it, it's all free. Fucking amazing. Yeah, real. This is good shit. Cameron watches as the motel parking lot disappears in the night. They had left most of their stuff behind in the room, only bringing along what they absolutely needed. Cameron had wanted to take it a bit slower, to think things over before running away like this. But weirdly enough, it was Devon that was ushering out as quickly as he could. Yeah. Well, no, it made sense. I still maintain that you still could read it if you're even if you're not a furry, because it's not the furriness, if that makes sense, that's in the center of it all, but it's the story. And I do feel like so far, again, the writing is just mwah, mwah, chef's kiss. Well, no, it made sense. But what was truly weird was how Cameron had felt and how he still feels now. Despite what had just happened, despite the absolute horror of it all, there is a part of Cameron that still wants to stay. Cameron has to assume that it's nothing like what Dev had seen in his previous investigations. And maybe he also felt overwhelming feeling of wrongness. But it also feels wrong to just leave after hearing what he had heard. He'd expected Dev to want to stay after Cameron told him about Lupita. And if Dev had asked him to stay, Cameron would have done so, but only to search for better closure after hearing her scream. Despite Dev's calm appearance, Cameron knows that his mind must be in turmoil right now. Now, with the night ending like this, he thinks that maybe he shouldn't have told Devon what he heard. Yeah, he promised to be honest about it, but the hallucination, no, the vision, felt like a lie somehow. Brick. It felt real. It happened, but it also felt like something nefarious was behind it all. He felt it when the wolf focused on him, as if that unseen something had taken the wheel and started steering things where it wanted them to go. Even if he has no idea what that something could be, Cameron hopes that's the case. The alternative is that the afterlife really is only suffering, and that would mean his mother is in the same place. That everyone's going to that place. Cameron squirms in his seat, the feeling of suffocating dread creeping up under his neck. Drowning forever. Cameron suddenly turns to look at his boyfriend, unable to deal with the awkward silence any longer. Devon? Devon tilts his head slightly in Cameron's direction, brows raised to show he's listening. Yeah, honey? He doesn't take his eyes off the road, either because it's nighttime, or more likely because of what they just dealt with, the bears being notably cautious. Still, there's a sense of urgency in his driving, like he's trying to get out of there as fast as he can. Cameron struggles to find the right words. Hey, let's talk about it when I get on the freeway, okay? I just gotta focus right now. Cameron can't wait until then. Are we coming back? Cameron sees Dev's brow raise again, this time in surprise. No, of course not. We're done. I'm an idiot for doing this in the first place. And again, I'm sorry. Cameron can't quash the feeling that he should be the one apologizing right now. But there's a theme park in Peyton called Southwest Adventures. I thought about going there at the end of our investigation. But we could do that tomorrow instead. Dev pauses, apparently waiting for a response. But Cameron can't think of one to give to him. I think it could be fun. Cameron is almost certain that's the same word Devon uses just before they left to describe how this investigation would feel. Fun. I think we need to come back. We can't just leave things like that. That was just so fucked. Now the tables have turned, huh? Interesting, isn't it? Cameron sees Dev grit his teeth, and the coyote feels himself recoil a bit, like he did on a daily basis with Dylan. Sorry, No, you're fine. I'm just having trouble seeing in the goddamn road. Let's just leave it until I can see where I'm going, okay, hon? The coyote steels himself. He should never feel afraid of Devon, he doesn't need to. I think we should come back tomorrow. Keep this going like you planned. There's something more to this and I want to help find out what it is. He says it firmly, in a way that he hopes shows Devon that he's not completely fragile, even if he did break down in the motel room. But Devon is quiet, and Cameron feels himself start to get a little frustrated that he's being ignored. But then the bear responds, No, I don't think so. I'll probably come back, but with another psychic. I'm not gonna put you through this ever again. Despite knowing Devon means no offense by that, Cameron feels offended. Like Devon doesn't think he's good enough or strong enough to do this. No, that's where the protective side of Cameron comes in. Of Devon. He doesn't think you're not, he just wanna put you in any danger. But I want to, especially if you're just gonna come back. You think I'm just gonna sit at home knowing you're back out in this hellhole? Listen, Cameron. I've been to a lot of haunted places, but there's something different about the sound that feels really off. Fucked, like you said, and I don't want you anywhere near it. You said to pull you back if things go south, and they went south. Now it's Cameron who grits his teeth. But I want to. Do you still want it? I know you need to find answers, but after feeling what I felt, I need answers too. Dev's careful maneuvering along the broken road. It's a pothole and the interior shakes. Devon winces. Babe, please, let's talk about this later. I just want us to get us to Peyton safely, right now. And just like that, Cameron's determination dries up. He hates himself for being such a coward. Things had always felt unequal in their relationship. But it's rare for Dev to just say it out loud. To tell the coyote what's good for him, even though Cameron told him what he wanted. It's not like it was with Dylan, but the feeling is similar. And Cameron doesn't like that. Well, what if I don't want you to come back here either? Devon takes a deep breath but manages to keep calm. Then we can talk about it when we're safely back home. Cameron goes quiet. Oh no, Dev is a hard fucking head. Dev's like, nah, not gonna talk with you about it now, bitch. We gonna drive home and that's it. They're halfway past the lake. Don't overdose on caffeine. Yeah. Yeah, you should probably not drink too many energy drinks, though. Even I do it sometimes too, like, not good for you. Yeah, halfway past the lake, the body of water looking like a giant dark pit. I need to go back. Yeah, halfway past the lake. The body of water looking like a giant dark pit. Except where the moon glitters on its surface, and that's when Cameron sees something out of the corner of his eye. Tasty fluid. Yum yum. What's your favorite monster? There's something on the road between two craters of broken asphalt. Cameron stares at it for several seconds. Not sure if he's seeing what he thinks he's seeing. He waits for Devon to say something. To wonder what the hell that is in front of them. But he says nothing. Almost like he doesn't see it. Yet, there it is. Right in front of them. And it's right where Devon is about to go. The bear isn't stopping. Cameron manages to jerk himself out of his stunned daze. Oh my god, Dev, look out! What? Dev finally looks at Cameron, his eyes off the road, and still the jeep moves forward. Stop! Why isn't he stopping? The coyote does the first thing that comes to his mind. Time slows down. It's just like what happened back in high school, right before he got hit by a car while skateboarding. He has more time to react now than he did then, though, and he slides his arm under his seatbelt to get free and reaches across Devon's side. He grabs the wheel, and even though Devon is starting to brake, it's not fast enough, and they are less than 20 feet away from hitting it. The coyote doesn't even think, acting on pure instinct. Cameron turns the wheel to the right hard. Boop! White is my favorite too. I need to try the pink one at one stage in my life. All right, I'll be right back. After this little break, I need to pee. Be right back. Look, Chaco, as long as you... Did I miss much? They are all on their way to Peyton right now. I don't know if you've ever read it, but yeah, you missed a fucking truckload if you've never read it. And you should probably watch the one back on fire, because holy fuck, holy fucking shit. Also, welcome. Chaco, you have to promise me that you do not overdo it, though. Thank you. Always. You're one of the most, how do you say that? Most of my consistent viewers. So you're always appreciated. Thank you. Devon can't comprehend what Cameron's doing before they hit something. And the jolt is far worse than than any pothole he'd hit on the road. 2 a.m. and I'm not sleeping anytime soon. Okay. 2 a.m. Holy shit. You're like 6 hours in the future. You must be like middle of Russia somewhere. Or even further. It's almost Asia, I think. You must be from Asia. Well, you could also be from Russia. Russia is like 8 time zones, I think. Yeah, it's 8 time zones, so... Yeah. I'm from Asia. I paid attention in geography class. Huh? I'm so good. Woo! Devon can't comprehend what Cameron's doing before they hit something, and the jolt is far worse than any pothole he'd hit on the road. First, he had been thrown to the left, slamming into his window, before he bounces back towards Cameron. Part of me is from Asia too, yeah. Partly Japanese. And they're both thrown into his seatbelt. In the back of his mind, he's aware that Cameron is half out of his own seatbelt, having been thrown sideways over the center console. Driven by what feels like pure reflex, Devon throws his arms across the coyote in an attempt to hold him back. Cameron's muzzle meets the bear's thick arm before his forehead smacks into the screen of the head unit. A numbing, tingling feeling explodes across his entire arm. Yeah, it's the first time they tried to leave. Cameron had his first vision, and they mentioned Lupita, who I don't know who that is, but we will find out, I'm sure. We as fuck will find out. I also put up the thesis that Devon, we know that Cameron is looking for closure and that Devon is looking for closure. And I have theorized earlier that Devon is probably looking for whoever got killed at the start by Brian. And then this is as far as I know. Oh, okay. A numbing, tingling feeling explodes across his entire arm. Ah, fuck! Dev brings his arm to his chest, cradling it as he winces. Are you alright? Cameron's breathless voice next to him is enough to reassure Dev that the coyote isn't seriously injured. The airbags hadn't even deployed, even though the impact had felt serious. Yeah, my funny bone. What about you? Let me see your face. Devon tries to grab Cameron's muzzle to have a closer look at him. It's hard to see with only the glow of the cheap headlights now. With only the glow of the cheap... Okay, I'll restart the sentence. I'm sorry. It's hard to see with only the glow of the Jeep's headlights, now dimmed from the swirling dust kicked up by the accident. But Cameron pulls away, opening his door to get out. Cameron, wait! The coyote yelps as he seems to lose his footing almost immediately and falls hard. Cam! Devon buckles his seatbelt and almost tries to climb out Cameron's side of the Jeep. Then realizing what he's doing, opens his own door to get out, almost falling himself as his feet touch uneven ground. Dust coats his mouth as he looks up the road, and immediately he can still see Echo from here. He knew this was going to happen. That something was going to prevent them from getting out. He could feel it since he started driving. He just didn't expect Cameron to cause it. The Jeep is tilted forward, the front wheel wedged into a deep trench, carved out by years of flooding along the edge of the road. Dev stumbles around the front of the Jeep, winding against the headlights, before looking down where Cameron had fallen, but he only sees blackness. Cameron! He starts to panic, seriously considering that the coyote could have fallen into a sinkhole. But then, over here! Dev looks back toward the road, the dust finally clearing, and sees that Cameron is already there, standing in the middle of it, looking around confused, like he's lost something. What the fuck are you doing? Dev stumbles back around the Jeep, just wanting to get to the coyote back inside, so he doesn't go running off somewhere. The bear already suspects that Cameron is having a mental breakdown, and if they don't get the hell out of here soon, Dev thinks he might just join him. I saw someone. Cameron, slow down. Let me see your face. It felt almost like you broke my arm. No, I did. I know I did. Cameron ignores Dev's paws that are reaching out toward him, and starts walking up the road looking back and forth. I love Dev's genre awareness. So fat. Cam! Ugh! The stress of just what just happened, along with Cameron barely acknowledging his presence, is too much. I have the feeling that I'm going to fall in love with Dev and Cameron by the end of this. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they are going for the poontang and just break both apart. At the end, that would hurt, but... yeah. I love them. Both so far, actually. Cam and Dev. He grabs Cameron's arm, forcing him to turn fully around and face him. What the hell are you doing? Cameron flinches and raises his arms up, crossing one wrist over the other, covering his face, like he thinks Dev is going to. Cameron, what? But the coyote just lowers his arms, looking around again. I saw something. Someone was like a little kid sitting on the road. Didn't you see them? Devon wants to ask why Cameron acted like he was going to get hit, but the coyote is in such clear distress. The bear isn't sure what to say. Then Cameron looks at the Jeep as if seeing what had happened for the first time. Shit! I didn't mean to crash your car. I swear I saw someone. And I wouldn't do that on purpose. Cameron's breath starts to become erratic, gasping for air. Honey, come here. I can't breathe. Dev wraps his arms around the coyote even as he starts to try and pull away. Let go, I need to go. Listen, Cameron, breathe with me. Dev presses the side of Cameron's head into his chest and takes a deep breath. Remember? In and out. Slowly. Devon keeps his voice upbeat, his expression cheerful. The complete opposite of what he's actually feeling right now. But showing how distressed he is clearly isn't helping the situation. So, this breathing exercise is also for his benefit. The last time they'd done this was at least a few years ago now. And just like last time, it seems to work. The coyote fighting his gasping for a minute before his breathing becomes more steady, albeit a little bit shaky. They breathe in unison for a few minutes. The bear stroking Cameron's head like he had only half an hour ago in the motel room. Was it really only 2 hours ago that he'd been giddy at the thought of paranormal investigation with his psychic boyfriend? Finally, Cameron pulls away gently. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. You said you thought you saw someone. Thought I did. Didn't mean to fuck up your car, though. Well, if you thought you saw someone, then I'm glad you did that. Considering how slow we were going, I'd rather the car run into dirt than run over somebody. Now, just hold still for a second. They can check you out. Your face planted into my arm, and I'm pretty hard back there. Dev gently turns Cameron toward the headlights of the still running car, lightly running his blunt claws through the fur. I thought it was an otter. Oh my god, those otters are everywhere, right? I could see the tail and everything. One of Devon's claws grazes over a small lump under Cameron's fur. On the bridge of his snout, the coyote winces. Does that hurt? A little bit. I didn't even notice until just now. That's probably from my elbow. What about your arm? Are you sure it's alright? Cameron starts doing his own check of Devon's arm. Dude, my arm is full. Oh! Bear yelps as Cameron prods right into that spot that is suddenly becoming very sore. Did that really hurt that much? Oh, not really. Just surprised me. Really? Yup. See, bending it without pain. Yeah, I believe you. Just be careful with it. Cameron sighs, looking back at the Jeep. I'm going crazy. The relief Devon had felt after seeing Cameron returning to his usually snarky self deflates at those words. What? Oh, you're not. We're both on edge right now. Well, it really did feel like I was losing my mind for a minute out there. Thanks for helping me. Of course. Now, just gotta check out the damage. Yeah. The back wheels aren't even touching ground. Insert etching joke during emotional moment. Well, they should be etching tonight. Well, I'll have a better look. Hang tight, babe. Alright. They're so cute together. Absolutely sweet. Beastman, we're from Africa. Let me ask it that way. If you have like a general area. Devon starts to analyze the status of his Jeep. You can tell right away that they aren't going anywhere. Both front wheels are almost buried in the sandy trench below, and both of the back wheels are definitely off ground. The undercarriage balanced on the road's edge. Still, Dev gets in, and after telling Cam to stand clear, Welly very gently tries to back out. The bear winces at the scraping sound from the metal undercarriage, realizing how desperate he is to get out of here, considering how hopelessly stupid this attempt is. Shouldn't have come here, Dev. Northwestern part is nice. North, yeah. After realizing he's only spinning the wheels deeper into the dirt, he stops. The bear turns off the engine, sighing and pressing his head against the steering wheel. Sure, it sucked that his Jeep is probably all fucked up now, but that doesn't matter. More than anything, he wants to be out of Echo. He thinks back on how strange it is that Cameron immediately tried to convince him that he didn't do it on purpose. Devon didn't need to be convinced because he hadn't even considered that was the case. But because of how he brought it up, Devon quickly shuts that down, deciding that now isn't the time for shitty thoughts like that. Finally, the bear gets out, fixing a smile on his face again, so Cameron won't feel so bad. Are they like, holy shit, no. Oh, that's not good. Like, they are so doing distress between the two. It's gonna be wild. This is gonna be one hell of a road trip. Well, it's not really a road trip, but one hell of an adventure. Alright, so Cameron? Dev looks around and, to his dismay, spots the coyote a ways up the road toward Echo again, though he's standing off the side right next to the lake, looking over the edge down at the water. Cameron, are you alright? The bear jogs up to the coyote, putting his arm around him. You alright? Cameron finally turns to look at the bear. Yeah. Stay next to me, alright? I want you to be close after everything that's happened. I was just trying to stay out of the way. This only saw the first 10 minutes of it. Are you looking for something? F looks over the edge of the murky water below. Almost immediately after, the bear instinctively pulls back, taking Cameron with him. Yeah, just thought that because otters are good swimmers, that maybe... Cameron lets out a fake laugh. Sorry, I'm crazy, don't mind me. Otters are good swimmers, huh? Tell that to fucking Sydney. Come on, don't do that. Cameron goes quiet. Relatable. Seeing just how unhappy Cameron is, the bear takes a deep breath, deciding to tell him. Back in the early 2000s, an otter kid drowned in this lake. I wonder if maybe that's who you saw. Really? Yeah. Along with a few dozen other people over the last 70 years. I have a list for the lake and the other places we were gonna go. So you're saying I was bad because I saw that because I'm psychic? You don't seem very thrilled with that idea. I'm not thrilled with any of this anymore. I mean, it's kind of funny that Dev completely 180'd and Cameron completely 180'd after the start. Like, Cameron wants to stay and get to the bottom of this, and Dev just wants out. But also that vision in the hotel room was fucking mean, dude. Like, that was just fucking mean. It only reminds Dev that Cameron could see anything. Terrible things that could lead to more mental anguish for his boyfriend. Anyway, we are stuck pretty badly. What do we do? Don't worry, we got options. We'd want to get to the highway. It's a bit of a walk. I think about 7 or 8 miles. It might be a bit too much with it being dark and on a half-destroyed road. Man, 7 or 8 miles is kind of a walk, though. It's 10-15 kilometers, I think. Yeah, it should be around that. 10, 15, nah, a bit less. It's 1.65 kilometers per mile. Probably more like 12. Yeah, that's a pretty hardcore walk, dude. I think we should just try to get a bit of sleep and start walking at dawn. In the heat? Are you fucking crazy? We'll have light, and if we keep up a good pace, we'll get to the highway before it gets too hot and be able to flag down help. Cameron is quiet. So, what do you think? Remember a while back when I asked what we'd do if there was an emergency? You said there was still service in parts of the town. Did I? No, he's Dev and Cameron. Yeah, Dev. You know what I'm talking about. It makes way more sense to find cell service right next to us and call for help rather than walk 8 miles. I don't think it makes much sense at all, Cameron. We were looking for trouble, Devon. I think we'll be fine as long as I'm not trying to see shit. But you just saw... It's silent for a few excruciating seconds. Oh, I just want to get the fuck out of here and get home. Get you home. Cameron's ear twitches. Dev raises his voice, which seems to reverberate in the silence. But the coyote just goes on standing there, arms crossed like they almost always were. Yeah, I'm a psychic or not. I'm unstable, we both know that already. Oh. But I'm not walking mad through scorpion and rattlesnake infested desert when our solution is right here. Babe, please. I have a bad feeling. Sorry, who's the psychic here? Dev, I can do this, trust me. We are outside. Where nothing's haunted. It was a good one, Cameron. Where's nothing haunted? Like, this entire place is haunted 24/7. It doesn't matter if you stand outside or inside. You're fucked, dude. You just don't know it yet. And we won't be looking for anything, so I'm going. Lots and obvious foreshadowing. Yeah, definitely. Cameron! I'd prefer if you came with me, though. And ignoring the psychos. Yeah. Ignoring Brian, who is still here, apparently. And who hadn't got murdered. I just want Brian to be fucking dead. That's so hard. I just want his throat to be slit. And him bleeding out. God damn it. Devon hurries to catch up with his boyfriend, sliding his paw into Cameron's, gripping it tightly. Cameron has a look on his face like he's a bit pleased with himself, and Devon can't figure out why. It's like the coyote thinks he's winning some kind of game, and Devon has to grit his teeth so he doesn't start an argument all over again. Just an hour ago, Cameron was sobbing after seeing and hearing terrible things. And now he's walking back in the same direction like it's nothing. Maybe the coyote is more resilient than the bear had always thought. And maybe the bear is finding out how not resilient he himself is. His stomach growls loudly, and when Cameron jokingly asks if he's hungry, Devon lies and says yes. In reality, it's from anxiety, something he isn't used to feeling all that often. The bear only finds comfort in gripping Cameron's paw even tighter and promising himself that he won't let anything else bad happen to them. I think the roles are going to be reversed. Like Cameron is going to be the big protector, and Dev is going the one who needs protection. It's gonna be wild. I feel like this is going to be so much wilder than Echo. Like, my balls are tingling at this point. Cameron presses up tightly against Devon's side, breathing in the comforting scent of his cologne. Cam's show of confidence has mostly diminished at this point, especially as they are passing the motel. But what if Devon made a Cameron please don't. Not the Topa again. Cam's show of confidence is mostly diminished at this point, especially as they are passing the motel. The coyote has to remind himself why it is that he insisted on doing this, when Dev had offered a perfectly reasonable, if slightly exhausting alternative. Being exhausted is preferable to PTSD, but Cameron could sense the bear beginning to treat him in a way that he didn't like, talking to him like he was fragile, like the slightest touch could tip him over, where he'd shattered on the asphalt. He wants to prove that he can deal with this, which is why he has to smirk at himself right now, because he definitely wouldn't have made it this far if Dev weren't by his side. Right now, the bear has steely grip on Cameron's paw, making it clear he isn't letting go. Talking about things, Wildfire, where are we here? In an adult space? Oh, no. This is Echo, where we keep our secrets, where we never talk about them, ever. Meanwhile, their free paws hold their phones, checking every now and then for a signal. You know what's gonna be fun? Once the phones run out of battery, where are they supposed to get battery from? I think everything's dead here. I would be surprised if there's like electricity anywhere in Echo. I mean, there probably is by some trailers and shit. That some junkies probably have diesel generators attached to, but that's basically it. I'm not surprised anymore at anything here. Anything yet? The car. The car is fucked. But yeah, you're right. They can't get it from the car. I will relent to that. No. Wouldn't we get signal at the same time anyway? We can still turn on. Yeah, I like I said, you're completely right on that. Well, I assume I'll get it first. Oh, because mine's not an Android. Yup. If I only had the brain of an engineer to figure out how to work one. Actually, maybe I should turn mine off and let you search for a signal. We should keep some battery life in one of our phones just in case. Oh yeah, good idea. The battery would probably die before we found service anyway. Cameron turns his phone off while Dev looks on. I wouldn't worry too much about it though. It's not like we are lost in the woods or something. No, you're lost in a way worse situation than being lost in the woods, Devon. It's way fucking worse than you think. And I let 3 people know where we are going. We are gonna be fine no matter what, babe. If these people even react. Famous last words, if I ever heard them. Right up there with "Here Goes Nothing" and "I think I took too much." Oh no. Oh, that was actually that was actually a pretty fucked up joke from Cam, not gonna lie. Would you rather be lost in the woods with a man or lost in Echo with a bear? The bear is Devon. I'm gonna be honest, Devon is like prime boyfriend material, so Echo it is. Yeah, right. Our last words are gonna be, "Holy shit, we lived to 100. Oh god, that's so cute. I'm pretty sure I already screwed my chances at that with all the drugs I did. Along with eating fudge cakes from lunch whenever I'm at work. Seriously, Cam. Hey, it's the vending machine right next to my cubicle. Well, we are changing that as soon as we get back. I'd rather stay indoors. That is the true choice of any gentleman. Just stay at home. Just fuck all the outdoorsy shit. Just stay home, cuddle up, read visual novels. That's what I'm all about. How are you gonna do that aside from stalking me at work? Make your lunch? They're gonna have us start working from home on Monday, remember? I'll have plenty of time. Hell, I'd be surprised if they don't start making you work from home. Soon, we'll be like co-workers. Fat chance. They don't give a shit about our health there. You need exercise, just treadmill and push up. Yeah. And some sit-ups too. Do sit-ups. You'll be living to 110, so you'll have plenty of time to think up your famous last words. Cameron has to wonder if their meandering conversation is purposeful on Dev's part, if only to distract him from what's across the road. That work. Either way, the coyote's thankful for it. Only if you make it there with me. About 50 minutes later, Cameron starts to become a bit more agitated. They are on a dirt road at this point, and every now and then they walk past crumbling structures of what used to be houses and trailers. You think the cell service stopped working since you read about it? I don't know. They said it's pretty sporadic. Who said this exactly? The paranormal forum peeps. I hope they are trustworthy. So I kind of hope we meet Leo again, because I feel like Leo is one of those fucks that kept around. They are, or at least they have no reason to lie. I think that the paranormal gives people incentive to lie, especially if you're not gifted. But it seems like Jenna, Leo, or Carl Cannon, or maybe it's more complicated than that. It is more complicated than that. It is. I think it's not really, Wildfire said it's not a sequel to any of the canons. It's just set in Echo, and it's 5 years after the hysteria happened. Hysteria means to me, I mean, it happened in every form. Yeah, so depends on which hysteria. Sure, but we're talking about cell phone service, not ghosts. But it could also be a scheme by those crazy locals to lure their victims into town. You're joking, but I know you're still worried about that. So I'll just point out that it's highly unlikely, because that would leave too much of a paper trail. I'm not that worried. Especially now that we've made it this far and nothing. Oh shit! What? Damn it, I just had a bar for a split second. The bear waves the phone around over his head, spinning in a slow circle. What the hell, Dev? You scared me. Sorry, babe. Anyway, I think it came from this direction. Dev indicates a rather large grouping of trees off the side of the road that forms a bit of a miniature forest. Dev, Don't go there. You'll regret this. You'll regret this so much. Of course. Why does it have to be the creepiest thing in sight? Wanna hang back while I check it out? Oh no. Is that a question? Cameron doesn't respond, instead sliding his paw into the one of Death's offering, and they start to make their way through the sagebrush. Betting 5 imaginary bucks there's a hanging body. That's a bet you'll win. Oh god, imagine all the ticks we're picking up. Don't worry, babe. I'll come through all your fur when we get back out of here. Want me carry you? I'm fine. Alright. Just don't think about the tarantulas and scorpions. You suck so much ass! Your ass is the only ass I hear. Death grunts in a heavy bearish way as Cameron wraps his arm around his neck and lifts his feet off the ground, forcing Death to bridle carry him. Chuckling, Death carefully makes his way through the rough terrain, while the coyote awkwardly keeps his feet lifted high so they won't brush the sagebrush. Well, those two are certainly a thing. Death finally lowers the coyote near the edge of the forest, and they stand there looking into the blackness. Cameron can only see the branches outlined against the moonlight, but otherwise it's almost looking into a void. The feeling of emptiness is emphasized by the suddenly quiet desert around them. So, got like one bar. Data isn't working. You know, trees could make it harder to get signal. Can you make a call? Is there anything I would do? Well, I can open my insurance app so I don't know what the preferred towing companies are. And I'm just sort of realizing that most probably wouldn't come out here anyway, since Flake Road doesn't technically exist anymore. I mean, I wouldn't go into this specific forest anyways, because it's haunted as shit. But yeah, I wouldn't go into the forest at the dead of the night either. Flake Road? Something like that. I'm sure that's not it. I'm sure it's not that. So we are not getting towed out, and you don't even know the name of the road we crashed on. Are you saying we're stuck here? Like, really stuck? Stuck like Death's penis in your ass when you took getting it on, Cameron. That stuck, and that deep. Stuck. Well, my Jeep is probably not. Well, my Jeep probably is not us. The highway is still within walking distance, remember? I'm such an idiot, I can't believe I got us in this mess. Hey, I don't give a shit about my Jeep. Besides, I just got an idea. F taps on his phone a few times, then puts it up to his ear, but only for a few seconds before he scowls. What? Call dropped, but it rang for a sec. We are so dead. I've killed us. Oh, stop it, honey. I'll try texting. Who are you texting? An old friend of ours. Ooh. Damn it, I swear the bar keeps disappearing every time I try to send. I'll try some different angles. Dev is hunched over by his phone, tapping away. Cameron just sighs, letting Dev do whatever it is he's doing. Despite the bear's attempts to placate him, the coyote knows that they both know that this is his fault. How about we stop finding who's at fault and just try to get out of the situation? Huh, Cameron? How about that? Why don't you just tell me what a stupid idiot piece of shit I am? Because he won't. Because it's not Devon. At least I think it's not him. Me on W usually bangs. Cameron doesn't want to admit it, even in his mind. But one thing he liked about Dylan was he didn't sugarcoat things for the coyote. Me on a usual basis. He'd tell him when he was an idiot, either with words or fists. The coyote turns his attention back to the forest, staring into the dark. Nev doesn't know anything about him, and Dylan and Cameron sure as hell is never going to tell him. Especially that sometimes he was the one to swing the first. He always lost, but the few hits he'd land felt worth it. Man, imagine like having like the most abusive relationship ever, where you just punch each other. That sounds like fun, not. That would be a real treat for your Dev. Not only is your boyfriend crazy, he's violent too. Does he even know you at all? It sure sounds like something or other. It's just masochism. I mean, if you're into it and agree to it both, then yes. But I do think that this wasn't masochism at all. A chill goes up Cameron's spine. That didn't feel like his own thoughts, even though it came from inside his head. Cameron moves closer to Devon, rubbing his arm. Oh, just stand, damn it. Devon? Just a second. A few already went through. Just gotta confirm some things with him. Consent seems dubious at best. I mean, if you're into it, then it's something different. In this story, at least. Yeah, in this story, the consent seems very dubious. The void seems to get bigger. And even though he wants to look away, Cameron can't. He knows he's sensing again, even though he isn't meaning to. Why is the forest looking like it's an emission from Stalker? It's gonna hit an emission from Stalker 2. I don't know what it was. That's what really bothers me about it. I think I could handle something like a ghost, but not something like that. So it was just me and my wife taking a walk through the old forest like we always did, and then I don't know, I just got this weird feeling and everything went real quiet. Then this voice started, a man's voice, but it was kinda eerie, like it wasn't really there, like it wasn't real. Hard to explain. But it was like it was an electronic thing, a machine. It started yelling at us in sort of playful way, like it was making fun of us for or taunting us. It said things like, "The devil walks beside you," and "I'm taking you to hell." Weird crap like that. It was coming from the tops of the trees, and you could kind of hear it go up and down and come closer, like it was swinging through the branches. And yeah, it scared us, because it didn't make any sense. The voice where it was coming from, what it was saying, none of it made sense, and that's the scary part. We ran, and it said some nasty things about my wife. So I picked her up and ran as fast as I could. Later she told me she saw it over my shoulder in the trees. I had a hard time explaining it, which I understand because I can't explain it all. But she said it was a shadow. A shadow person that was moving through the branches. She said light bent in a weird way around its body, like it was encased in a glass globe or something. She hasn't said much else about it. She doesn't like talking about it, and neither do I. I am I'm only telling you because I feel like there needs to be a record of it somewhere. Just feels wrong to go out of this life without, I don't know, letting people know what unexplainable stuff happens to a lot of people, and I hope we figure out why. And this might not be important, but I had dreams afterwards where I'd be in that forest and this shadow creature come prowling out into the open. And then sounds would come from where its mouth would be. I'd hear a young man screaming for help.
Mm-hmm.
No. No! I'd hear a young man screaming for help. All distorted like it was recorded on a tape. And then there'd be this high-pitched laughter. Shit! Ah! Did you hear that? That laugh? Yeah, something like a drunk dude kinda far away. His screaming is what made me scream. It was like a cackle, like a cartoon witch or something. It was right next to us. I've heard it before. Well, I wouldn't say it was like a witch. It was kinda high-pitched, I guess, but again, it was pretty distant. I think we should go. Why? I think it's just like a drunk hick or something. I'm almost done messaging Artie. Something bangs like a screen door, swinging close, not very far away. It's Brian! Who's that squealing? That you, Duke? Got me a 12 gauge right here. That'll make you squeal twice as loud if you're snooping around my property again. Oh no, high-pitched drunk are two symptoms of Brian. Yep. And I try my best Brian voice again. I love my Brian voice. Dev's voice drops to a whisper. Holy shit! Then before Cam can fully absorb exactly what's happening, Dev is pulling him along, running full tilt through the sagebrush, towards the road and back towards Lake Emma. Thank you, Wildfire. Devon's feet ache from the plethora of rocks he's trampled on. The tough pads in the undersides, feeling almost torn up from the rough terrain. He is thankful, though, if only for the fact that he hadn't run himself and Cameron into a cactus. Death. Cameron's voice jerks with every running step. We're almost there. Death huffs and puffs for air, now aware that he's a bit more out of shape than he realizes. He hadn't run in earnest for at least a few years. Death, we are out of town. The bear slows down now. That is stuck cheapest in sight. And he finally lets go of Cameron's paw before doubling over the rest of his paws, and his knees keep wheezing. I gave up during, I don't know in which other route he was, I think Jenna's route. Because my voice just would give up. At one point. Fuck. Give me a minute. Jesus, are you okay? Sounds like you are dying. F! My fucking thigh's cramping like a motherfucker. Holy shit! Death's large rear hits the ground with a thump as he reaches down to massage the back of his thigh. Oh, thank God. For what? Lay on your back. Before Death can't even follow the directions, Cameron takes the bear's right leg and slowly lifts it up, making Death spasm as the cramping muscle is slowly stretched out. Oh, fuck! Oh, this is what I get for not running since, like, college. You lasted longer than anyone else I've seen. It's what he said. Cam gently rocks the leg back and forth. You've ran since then. Remember the stupid company triathlon thing we did, where you carried me on your back and ran across a soccer field? Despite the light conversation, Death sees Cam looking over his shoulder toward town, like he's waiting for a mob of hillbillies to come raging up the road. Man, I told you, Death. The people here are psycho. Death grunts as Cameron stretches his leg back. I think he wasn't going serious, but yeah, you were right. All the more reason to get the fuck out of here. Death finally pulls his foot back, gingerly getting to his feet, while continuing to rub at his thigh. I've never had a cramp so painful. I guess I'm getting old. Take it easy next time. You were more scared than I was. You said yourself he was just a drunk hick. You forgot the part where he got a shotgun. Yeah, I'd be more surprised if he didn't have one. Cam's pretty based. Do you think he's gonna come looking for us? We're not hard to find out here. Sounded like he thought you were some other hick. I think we're fine. I suppose. Can't put trailer trash in the same category as hick. So that makes sense. Oh no, Cameron, that was mean. We can keep an eye out for right now, though, just in case. Who did you say you were texting again? Artie from college. He just happened to be up and he's still living in Misa. Said he'd drive out right away. So he could be here in like 3 hours. Huh? Why Artie though? I don't know. He was at the top of my contact list. And I knew he still lived in the States, so I gave it a shot. Yeah, it feels a lot more comic-like this time. I also said earlier that they even had in some cases little animations, and it feels a lot better produced than the initial Echo visual novel. In a lot of ways. Like, I like the new art style. I like the new backgrounds. They are beautiful. I like how the characters emote a lot more with what is actually on screen. And it is really amazingly well done. He can give us a fair ride. He can give us a ride at least, I guess. He's got one of those massive trucks, so he might be able to pull us out. Last message said he'd be here in 3 hours or less. Well, I guess it's not bad. As long as we are out of here by morning. I don't want you getting caught up in the heat all day. We got shit ton of water. If I need to cool down, Evan waves his paw at the lake. Cameron stares at the lake, seeming to think, then looks back at Dev. Listen, while we were in the forest, I don't know. I didn't see anything, but I think I did some light touch sensing the right way. And, dude, Shako, it's fine. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. And by the way, I actually see that as a compliment if you tell me my voice is putting you to sleep. That is very nice of you to say. And I'm not being ironic in any way. Yes, the third idea always works. The third idea with the lake is like one of the worst ones he had so far. I mean, Dev only has bad ideas going into the forest, going into the lake, like just going into the motel and sleeping there. All sound ideas. Dev's upbeat mood disappears in an instant. I also am gonna be honest, I really try to read this really good this time. Not like I did with Echo sometimes and just phoned it in. What? Why would you do that? Well, it kind of just happened. And I made sure to not interact or anything. And it was just fine. At least for the most part. What I heard was creepy. Okay, well, now I'm gonna tell you to be careful again. Because I don't want a repeat of what happened in the motel. Well, like I said, I couldn't exactly help. Uwu ovu ava. Well, like I said, I couldn't exactly help it. Anyway, do you know about a shadow person in that forest that spoke with a distorted electronic voice? Devon is caught off guard. He knows Cameron is trying to take the focus off the fact that he's still messing around with the supernatural in a dangerous supernatural place. But he also knows exactly what Cameron's referring to. The chapter in Haunted Echo, titled Entities of Static, described exactly that, and in the thick of trying to figure out whom to call, he hadn't realized that was the forest. Death's surprise must be pretty obvious. Cameron grins. No way! Am I right? Cameron's sudden joyous reaction surprises the bear. Well, yeah, you're right. Can you believe this? Sorry, I don't know why I'm so happy. It's just, there's a fucking reason for me being the way I am. I can't deny it anymore. It's hard to explain, but that kind of changes my entire life. It's just... Cam's bottom lip trembles with emotion, and Death shakes off his feelings of unease, drawing him into a hug. Come here. I know what you mean, baby. Well, I don't personally know, but I've wanted you to feel that way for a long time. I'm really happy for you. Oh my god. I hope that doesn't come back to bite him in the ass at all. I feel like I can do something. I don't know, maybe help people with this. Cameron's voice is muffled against Death's chest. Oh, for sure you can. Let's just find a better place than here, okay? Yeah. Jacques, if you need to sleep, go to sleep. I will just tell you, good night. Sleep tight. Death nuzzles Cameron reassuringly, but the coyote doesn't answer, and even thought that I need to restart this. Death nuzzles Cameron reassuringly, but the coyote doesn't answer, and even though that bothers the bear, he doesn't press the issue. Just wanting Cameron to feel happy for now. Good night, Sharkoi. Cameron sits in the trunk of the Jeep, legs hanging out over the edge, dangling towards the ground. That's further away than usual due to the tilt. Meanwhile, he fiddles with his old acoustic guitar that had been stashed in the Jeep for at least a year, tuning it slowly. He hadn't even remembered it. He hadn't even remembered it was there until they'd folded down the seats for a place to try and sleep. He had last played it at Devon's parents' house because they wanted to hear him perform, and he'd just left it in the Jeep afterwards. He hadn't had a reason to play it since. The rest of the night or early morning really hadn't been terrible. Dev was easily comfortable. The hard surface not all that different from his side of the mattress, which was rock hard compared to Cameron's much squishier foam. Yeah, I guess what else is rock hard? He tossed and turned until Dev finally pulled him in to lay his head on the bear's stomach. The soft warm surface enough to lull Cameron into a dozing state of consciousness while Dev snored loudly. He'd gotten used to the snoring after all these years. Now he found it comforting rather than annoying. It was a good night, considering the circumstances. Dev had been unsure about sleeping in the tilted jeep at all, because it gave him a bad feeling. He also had a bad feeling about Cameron going back to the motel with him. So he'd left him here alone, while the bear gathered up the rest of their stuff. 5 hours passed since Artie texted Devon, so the bear had been getting antsy about that as well. They'd had a bit of an argument, and Cameron only agreed to stay behind when Dev promised not to go back to the forest to text Artie again. Now Cameron sits here, moping the feeling of a lopsided relationship returning. I suck at guitar, he mumbles to himself quietly out of habit, knowing people didn't like hearing it since he was good enough, which had been his goal. Why, zombie orc? No, I'm awake. All of his singer-songwriter idols played guitar, and he'd wanted to be just like them. He'd forced himself to learn how to become good enough, with all the awkward fingertips, the constant tuning, and the pain of holding down steel strings with finger pads, even after he built up calluses. That's how he described guitar in general. A pain. He preferred piano, and that's what he used to write all of his music. But the devastatingly sad men of the 90s Northwest indie music scene didn't play piano. They played guitar because they were also rugged and tough, molded by the logging towns they originated from. I mean, maybe you should just do what you like, Cameron, instead of pretending you are something that you are not. Then maybe the music career would also flourish. Because it sounds like a bit pretending to me. You might like this shit, but if you're not cut out to do the shit, then don't do it. It turns out that one's image is just as important in indie as it is in pop, despite the former trying to convince itself it isn't. So Cameron had tried to conform to that, and in the end, it hadn't mattered. But in the end, it didn't even matter. He tried so hard to be an indie star, but in the end, it didn't even matter. The hours and hours dedicated to learning the instrument through high school and college now felt wasted. Still, the feeling of instrument is familiar in his paws, even if his fingers are already getting sore. He tries to think of one of his less embarrassing songs, one of the ones that he wasn't just wearing the influence of cloudy, dreary northwestern cities on his sleeve, even though that's where he's from. He tried and failed to duplicate their poetic, opaque lyricism. Instead, he found himself slipping back again and again to the style of his own generation. While his idols from the 90s wove lyrics that forced the listener to delve into something complex to find meaning in the metaphors and symbolism, singer-songwriters born in the 90s like himself presented their lyrics in a more literal, honest way that often described specific situations with seemingly nothing hidden. To Cameron, it's two sides of the same coin. Instead of discovering meaning in complexity, it's about discovering complexity and simplicity. Yeah, now he sounds like a true fucking, what do you say? Now he sounds like an elitist. Besides deciding it's tuned well enough. He glances up, making sure Dev isn't heading back before playing. He's badly out of practice, but he starts to slowly warm up. Cameron sings quietly, almost under his breath. This particular song got the attention of an independent label on the West Coast after one of their scouts heard it in the college radio station. They signed him in his junior year of college. Looking back, it was the high point of his life. Dev had celebrated in earnest, happily telling him that he'd make more money than he himself ever would. But what Cameron didn't realize was that even after being signed, he could still be dropped without releasing any of his music. And after what was probably the lowest point of his life, they did just that. Dropped over a text message with his agent saying the demos he'd made in studio weren't up to their quality standard. Oh, that's fucking rough, dude. That hurt a lot because he knew it was true. He'd been nervous the entire time, and his output wasn't even close to what he was capable of. Though he tried to comfort himself with the idea that most musicians go it alone these days. His own postings on the internet barely got more than a few dozen listens. Then he finally realized that he was in for the wrong reason. His peers just liked playing music, throwing stuff out in the ether, whether anyone heard it or not. Cameron needed an audience to stay motivated to be famous. So in a way, I fucking deserved it. At least Devon never brought it up. Cameron stops playing, having seen brownish fur out of the corner of his eye. He thinks it's Dev and immediately feels his face flush, freezing and just sitting there. This is why he didn't play or sing in a serious way these days. This is why he didn't play or sing in a serious way these days. Now, it just feels like showing off a skill that he was never really skilled at in the first place. But after a while, he doesn't hear anything. No voice, no footsteps. And biting through his embarrassment, Cam looks up the road, where he'd been certain that his boyfriend had been watching him. Dev? The silence is heavy and thick. A weird feeling and everything went real quiet. Cameron stares up the empty road, the feeling of unease growing, until he finally shoves his guitar to the side and pulls out his phone, tapping on mindless gaming app to distract himself. Nope, 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 not doing this right, not doing this again, not right now. And even though the road remains empty, and even though the sun shines brightly above, illuminating everything around him, the feeling of becoming of a very familiar dread continues to grow. Then that light shining down on everything changes, shifting to a more golden glow. What the hell is going on? Cameron had a few bad trips in the past, shrooms being the worst, and that was what gave him his first panic attack. In a strange way, this feels very similar. Please, no, not now. I have control, and I'm saying not now. No control. Shit! That voice, well, that feeling, it instantly made all the fur on the back of his neck stand up. Cameron starts walking up the road toward Echo, just under a mile away. Dev, come back now, please. The panic creeps up his neck like he's drowning. Until last night, he hadn't had a panic attack in over 2 years. Now, it's like his brain has relearned the spiraling process of gasping for air that's readily available, but still feels out of reach. He fights the urge, counting, trying to remember the pace of death's steady breaths. Hadn't he wanted to reject the idea that he needed death to face his fears? Doesn't he know how to handle this? How to do it safely? Cameron also knows that running to death will only make things worse for his boyfriend. Did he want to stress him out even more? The coyote stops, then turns around slowly. Just like that, the feeling of panic and terror slowly fades away, to be replaced by a feeling of purpose. Something solid. Something resolute in its existence. Something that's already happened. Nothing can be changed, nothing can be done to change it. A feeling of acceptance. Cameron walks slow to a more measured pace, mirroring someone just outside of his view. In another place? No, in the same exact place, just a different time. Cameron knows what's happening, and she questions. Cameron knows what's happening, and he questions what he's about to do, but with this new feeling of calm assuredness, the coyote decides to let it happen. Dev didn't want him doing this because he's had a change of heart, but so has Cameron, and this is his choice to make. So he lets it happen. And he senses this person, a girl, a feline, walking just like him, years and years ago. Heather? No, probably not. She tries to keep herself quiet, walking along the road by the lake. She'd been looking forward to this for 2 months. She'd saved up money from babysitting jobs to buy her own dress, her own fake jewelry, and her makeup. Her father had found the makeup a week ago and then threw it away, telling her only bad things happen to girls who wore makeup. You fucking whore wearing makeup, huh? Well, maybe. You never know with these parents sometimes. Even then, she still had the dance to look forward to. But now James, the ex from last year, had ruined it. He'd shown up drunk, proposed to her, then cussed out her new boyfriend, whom she'd been seeing for a month now until he left. At least now she's glad she doesn't have the makeup on with how wet her eyes are. This had been the last dance of the year in Echo High. Now it can be Heather, by the way. And she's worried she's going to graduate with no boyfriend at all, and no money to go anywhere. Lost in her thoughts, she notices fast pounding footsteps only seconds before it happens. But she's going to fucking die. Yeah, it's tied to Echo. Basically about Cameron and Devon. Both are new characters. They're a couple and they drive into Echo to quote unquote, at least Devon initially wanted to get answers, quote unquote. We don't know yet what questions have been posed, what he's seeking the answer to. I have a theory. because we see somebody at the start dying, and I feel like Devon wants to find the person who got killed, or at least wants an answer what happened to them. And Cameron, is his boyfriend, is apparently able to see ghosts. He's a psychic, so to speak. And he's got another vision right now where somebody is going into the lake, I guess. I feel like this cat is going into the... Before it happens, she sees James as it appears. No, this is a straight story, I think. I don't think there's multiple endings to this one. I think this is just straight blasting through. She realizes what's happening in that same moment. Knowing him, this is actually something she expected. And in that moment she decides that this is maybe for the best. Cameron? Lost in the vision, Cameron feels himself recoil from something touching him. Cameron loses his balance, windmilling his arms comically, and he has a split second to recognize death. Do not come to this place, curse. I mean, you know how people are. Even if that sign would be up, and even if it would be true, there would be people who would come there and just look if the curse is true. The bear has his paws out like he's been resting it on the coyote's arm. The look of shock mirrored in his boyfriend's face before he goes over the edge and straight into the lake. Cameron! Well, that went well. The coyotes expect to go under and stay under, just like the girl from Echo High School. But a jolt goes through his body as his rear lands on a rocky surface, just a foot underwater, and Cameron cries out loudly, "Fuck!" Cameron looks up to Dev to see Dev getting ready to jump in. "I'm fine." At first, Cameron is just embarrassed, like he got caught doing something he shouldn't, which he knows is the case in Dev's mind. It's not as deep as it used to be. What? He climbs out with Dev's help, though. The embarrassment changes to anger. The coyote grunts and snarls quietly as he automatically starts stripping off his clothes. His plaid shirt and jeans sticking to his soggy fur. Dev hovers over him, trying to help him, but mostly getting in his way. Dev, you have a list of people who die here, right? What? What are you talking about? You just fell into the lake. Stop talking about shitty town and let me make sure you're... Oh, that's real rich coming from you. I've been saying that to you for the past 5 years. I've been saying that to you for the past 5 years, and yet here we are. No, I won't stop. Give me the list, or I'll just look it up myself. Oh my. I think they might be not a couple anymore once this shit ends. Dev glares, making himself look big, but Cameron doesn't budge, even though in that moment he realizes his phone got wet, and he can only hope that it's still going to work after this. Oh yeah, I think they need more than counseling after this. But it's the place, like it's not the two of them that are arguing right now. At least I feel like partially not. I feel like Echo is also contributing to it. In a very fucked up way. Yeah. Echo is basically Silent Hill 2.0. The orc goes to Echo, he loses his mind. Got it. Yeah, exactly. That's what's gonna happen. After a few seconds, the bear deflates. Please. I just want to be out of here. I'll do whatever you want afterwards. Let's just go home first. That cools Cameron's outrage for the time being, never having seen Dev so look defeated. We will go home, and I'm sorry I'm being like this. But you have to understand that this is changing everything for me. And I just need this for a little bit, okay? Okay. But I'm not leaving your side until we are out of this town, okay? Didn't I tell you this was a bad idea from the very start? Cameron tries to lighten up the mood a bit, not liking the conflicts they are having on this little trip. They hardly had any before coming here. Yeah, because it's the town. Now they have such a different idea. Now they have such different ideas of what they should be doing. It's like they're in a tug of war. Dev takes his phone out. Dev takes out his phone, bringing up the documents he'd been using to map out the supernatural happenings and history of Echo. So, it was a girl, a teenager bobcat from like the 50s, I think. Student from Echo High. Dev raises his brow, scrolling slowly on his phone, then looks back up. Yeah, June 1954. An 18-year-old bobcat drowns in the lake. What is thought to be a suicide. It wasn't really. I mean, it was partially. She kind of jumped in and was also forced being jumped in. Nah, I settle a murder. She was murdered. So the fucker got away with it? Who? How does your tail feel, by the way? Why do I feel like the mayor of Echo is the mummy from Team Aquaforce? Screaming curse! The mayor can't do that anymore because she's fucking dead. She has a bullet in her head. Dev is running his paw along his tail, feeling out the vertebrae. Cameron finds the bear's disinterest in all of this more and more irritating, especially now that he's found out what feels like his purpose. He can help somehow. Dev hits a bruised spot on his tail, and the coyote winces before shoving his paw away. Ow! Not now, Dev! Listen, her ex-boyfriend killed her. I saw him run up and push her into the lake. Did you have experienced that? Do you feel okay? Dev! I am not important here. This is about someone who got murdered, and some piece of shit got away with it. First of all, don't call yourself unimportant. You're still alive, and you need to keep it that way by not falling into lakes because these awful visions. Theory, we are playing as Echo. The hum and us being here is making it worse for Dev and Cam. That is actually something that could be very well the case. We are not playing as we are not playing as any one of the characters. We are an observer this time. That's interesting because Echo was written in first-person perspective. Talking about Echo makes me still sad, dude. Like, my boy Flynn, at the end, he didn't deserve that ending. He really didn't. Even if he couldn't let go of the past. And I have a deep understanding why he couldn't. And The ending was fucked up. They didn't even gave him the closure to see what happened with Sydney. Jesus Christ, was that fucked up. You need to tell her family, or at least some people know the truth. Someone else, or at least someone, so people know the truth. Devon frowns deeply at the coyote. Listen, babe. I know you can't see things that I can't and all, but I gotta be honest and say that no one's gonna care. You're dead. The girl, and more likely her ex too. That's short-sighted as hell, Dev. He could definitely be still alive, having lived a full life after murdering someone. And she might have siblings who are still alive, or I don't know, I think someone probably gives enough of a shit about her to want to know. And then what? You go to them and tell them you're psychic and that you had a vision of their loved one being murdered? Besides, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone knew what happened. A lot of times they do. There isn't always enough evidence. Cameron feels his face get hot, glaring at the asphalt. You wanted me to do this, and you wanted answers. Why are you holding me back now? Because I'm terrified right now. This town of the ghosts, of you getting hurt somehow, because with the way things are going, that's what's probably gonna happen. I wanna know where Lupita is, but she died because I made a stupid mistake. I can't have the same thing happen with you. Cameron's face gets hot again as he realizes Dev is about to cry, and his resolve wavers. He starts to step forward to hold Dev, like the bear had held the coyote so many times, but then... It's Artie! He's finally fucking here! The two of them look up the road... The two of them look up to see a rather small sedan pulling up the road, a figure inside waving enthusiastically through the windshield. What the hell? Where's his truck? Arturo! Devon! Cameron! Sorry I'm late. I had trouble finding this road when I had trouble driving on it. Did I catch you in the middle of some? Where the hell is your truck? Huh? Look at my Jeep. I told you I was stuck, man. Well, this is not the reunion I was expecting. I thought you just wanted a ride. Besides, even if I pulled you out, your Jeep's fucked. You can tell it from here. Be nice, Dev. He's doing us a favor. Hey, Cam. Hey, Artie. I fell in the lake, so that's why I'm half naked right now. Haha, that's hilarious. Did you push him in, Devon? Already makes me feel like I'm back in college. Oh my god. Hey, you guys ghost hunting? Can't join before we head out. Nope. Why not? Because we are done. Dev, we can probably walk around a little bit more before we go. We went already on a long drive. What? Devon sounds incredulous and Cameron can understand why. But despite what the bear said moments ago, he still wanted to explore further. Cam, leave now. No. Cam doesn't want to leave. He's like way too deep into the sauce. This is going to end into a complete catastrophe right now. I swear to God it will. Artie is kinda cute though, not gonna lie. That mountain lion would not be safe from the orc. Or lion, or no, it's not a mountain lion, it's a puma? I don't know, might be a puma. Can't really see him behind the chat, but he's cute as fuck, dude. Cameron knows that once he leaves, he'll probably never come back to this place again. Damn, Dev. Did the two of you switch places or something? Anyway, I agree with Cam. I gotta stretch my legs out a bit. Devon looks at Cameron, down at Cameron, apparently at a loss for words. Cameron can't meet his gaze, so he looks down the road, towards Echo, toward the place that he's positive has more answers to all his questions. He needs this. He wants this. And he's probably gonna die here. Devon sighs as he watches Artie squat down behind his jeep, examining the wheels balanced above the cracked and dusty asphalt. Shit! How'd you manage to do this? It looks like you literally drove straight off the road. Probably. Yeah, I'm not sure if they are going to die. I'm not sure. They might do it though. I don't know what. Like, we know at least I know at this rate, anything can go in Echo. Anything. Even if you look for arches, the arches will be there. Right? And then it's gonna be haywire. Echo is... Anything can happen in Echo. And what happens in Echo stays in Echo. Like Vegas. Just haunted. Devon sighs deeply as he stands next to Cameron, practically fantasizing about getting into the beat-up sedan and escaping this hellish town. They're so close to getting out of here, and the bear just wishes he could pick them both up and toss them into the car. Sure, he could technically do that if he wanted to, but that obviously isn't a reality. He just knows that to go against Cameron's wishes right now would be devastating to the coyotes in their relationship. All he can do is ride this out and hope that they'll be on their way within the hour. Devon is almost to a fault dedicated boyfriend. He really is. That guy is... I know, but I think he has his faults too, but I think of all the characters, we've experienced so far in Echo or in the Echo universe, Devon and Flynn both have their heart in the right place. Both of them. I'm not sure about Cam at this point. I have only read a few sentences of Arturo to gauge that, but Dev is easily, so far, my favorite character in this visual novel. And, yeah. Devon notices the silence after Artie's question, and the cat is looking up expectantly. Not wanting Cameron to be put on the spot, the bear clears his throat. We saw something on the road and swerved. Was probably just a boulder or something. Artie looks back at the road where there definitely isn't a boulder. Dev sees Cameron rub his arm self-consciously out of the corner of his eye. It was in the middle of the night. So you know, shadows and shit. Ha! Hard to imagine you overreacting like that, Dev. Glad you guys are okay, though. Must have been rough looking at how deep the tires went. It was. Hey, How long do you need to recharge for the drive? You can't take the wheel if you're too worn out. Ah, right. After you crash your own car? It was in the middle of the night! Hey, I'm just playing chill, dude. Artie raises a brow at the bear, glancing at Cameron. Oh boy. Devon gets a little bit very, very aggressive against Artie. Poor Artie just arrived here, doesn't know what's up. And probably is just as fucked as the other two, right? Artie's gonna get fucked in the butt. Ah, you guys alright? And it feels like I've walked into a fight or something. Dev massages just above his eyes with his thumb and a middle finger. No, I'm just really tired, man. We are up most of the night. Artie then looks at Cameron, waiting for a response from the coyote. Dev tries not to bristle at the implication that Cameron might have to have a different response. Ah, yeah. We are just tired. I think walking around a little bit would do us all some good. Oh yeah. Last time I went ghost hunting with Dev, it was real spooky. Even though we didn't see anything. One of my top 10 highs, in fact. Highs? Highs? Artie chugged back to his car. I got some oil cartridges from the dispensary on the way here. You guys want a hit? Dev's stomach turns as he watches Artie grab a vape pen from the passenger seat. Oh no. Oh fucking no. No, we're good, man. I don't know if it's a good idea for you to do that and drive anyway. Are you high right now, actually? Haha, no. I'll have come down by the time we're done looking around. Devon can't manage to say anything more before Artie takes a deep, long pull from the pen. A red light on the tip pulsing to life in time with his intake of breath. How do you know if I'm good? Cameron's voice is so low, Dev almost doesn't hear it. What? What was that, honey? You just said we're good without even asking me. Devon doesn't know what to say. Anyway, because Cam just doesn't do drugs. The coyote would even joke that he's straight edge. I just thought. Dev struggles for words as Artie looks at Cameron. Then Devon. Then back again. As he continues to hold in the vapor he inhaled. Anyway, I don't mind taking a hit if you're okay with you, Artie. This is not going in a good direction right now. This is going very, very, very bad. Very, very quickly. This is not good. Not at all. This is going to fucking not good. Absolutely not good. Artie exhales loudly and holds a pen to Cameron. I like to think it gets worse before it gets better, but this is Echo. Yeah, this is a very, very bad development right now. Especially seeing how Cameron is a completely ex-junkie. Like he was high in his teenage years all the time, as far as I understood it. So yeah, no. Yeah, of course, dude. Dev stares incredulously, the disbelief building up until he can't hold it back. Cameron, what are you doing? Artie looks at Dev with wide eyes, but Cameron only spares him a glance before plucking the pen from Artie's paw and taking a deep pull from it. Dev stares at the pulsing red light, then at Cameron's face, whose eyes are closed. Dev can't tell what Cameron's thinking right now, but whatever it is, Devon knows this isn't the behavior of the coyote he's gotten to know over the years. Echo. Echo takes hold. Echo takes influence. Echo changes. It's juvenile, and Cameron is usually more mature than the bear when it comes to stuff like this. Okay, I'll just play along like everything's fine between you two. Either way, maybe we should just go. Dev feels his chest loosen a bit with release at hearing those words, at hearing some sense from someone other than himself. But Cameron frowns and opens his mouth. Instead of words, he begins to cough explosively into his elbow, seemingly unable to catch his breath. Hey, you doing all right? Dev looks very panicked at common sense. I mean, he's the only one who's still got some common sense left. So I'd be panicked too. But yeah, I know what you mean. Dev walks over to Cameron, rubbing his back. Yeah. Normally, especially with a big hit like that. You handle your weed pretty good? He doesn't smoke weed, dude. That's why I assumed. I smoked plenty back in high school. Never hit one of these though. Cameron seems to be catching his breath finally. That's harsh as fuck. Like worse than a blunt. You get used to it. Besides, you only need a hit. You only need to hit it a few times to get high. Should I take another then? Oh, you shouldn't. Cameron narrows his eyes at Dev. Why are you acting like this, Dev? It's just marijuana. I never complain when you drink. Because this isn't like you at all, Cameron. Dev had been holding the conversation back from becoming personal, if only because Artie is here, but at this point he can't stop himself. Imagine being Artie. You're just driving out here in the desert and get into the worst fight of a couple in their history, and you're just standing there with your weed vape pen and think to yourself, what the fuck? Why am I here? Why did this stupid bear even call me? Just to watch you two argue? What the fuck is going on? In the awkward silence that follows, Artie quietly takes the pen from Cameron. Well, I think one hit is good for now. Especially if this is your first time smoking in a while. Let's see how you feel in 20 minutes. He pauses and tilts the pen in his paw toward Devon. You sure you're good? I know we only got high together a few times, but I don't want you to feel left out. No, it's not my thing. Devon looks at Cameron. You told me back in college that it wasn't your thing either. That's the only reason why I said we were good. Sorry, man. No problem. Just been a while, so why not have a go, right? Dev sighs loudly and folds his arms, shaking his head in resignation. I guess so. Artie quietly takes another hit from his pen before tossing it back into the car. If it makes you feel better. Artie puffs out his cheeks as he lets out his breath. Shit's a lot safer than alcohol for most any drug, really. Oh, spare me, dude. I'm not in the mood for a stoner talk right now. It's true. I think it's physically impossible to overdose on it. That's not the point, Cam. It's more mentally fucky, you know? Artie shrugs. Depends on the person. I think Cameron's old enough to know what's good for him. Yeah, I think too, but in these circumstances, I will just side with Dev and say, look, Cam, you can't do this right now, but Dev is totally gonna do it right now anyways, because it's, not Dev. Cam's gonna do it right now anyways. Because it's Cam, and Cam has a bit of a odor to him, you know what I mean? Artie keeps his tone light, but Devon feels actually a bristle at that. It's like he's being made out to be a controlling boyfriend. Yeah, because it totally looked like one at the moment to him. I totally understand where Artie is coming from. You are, at the moment, the one who looks like a control freak. Even if you... I mean, you kind of are a little bit, but also, if we factor in what Cameron told Dev at the lake, with his past and his drugs overdose and whatnot, I would be worried too, you know? I would be worried for a relapse more than anything. I probably would react differently, though, to it. I would try and talk to Cameron. It doesn't matter what the cat thinks. While Artie was a good friend in college, she didn't know all that much about Devon and Cameron's relationship or Cameron's past. The bear knows his coyote, and this isn't like Cameron at all. He just hopes that whatever is going on with his boyfriend will stop when they leave the town. It probably will. But first you have to go through everything. Everything. All the pain that this town is going to throw at you, Dev. And you're not gonna get away from it. Cameron stares across the lake, noticing how the light blue of the water almost perfectly reflects the blue sky. Is that what lakes are? Is that why lakes are blue? Because they are just a reflection of what's above. And that's why it becomes dark and murky when the weather is cloudy. Oh shit, that's crazy! This seemingly profound realization is what makes Cameron suddenly realize that he's very, very high. At first, Cameron finds it funny and he laughs out loud, only to stumble over nothing as his limbs suddenly feel intensely heavy. Whoa! What was funny suddenly becomes somewhat alarming, and the coyote's giggling dies away almost instantly. Cameron quickly walks back to the road where Dev and Artie are, not trying to look like his legs are both 50 pounds heavier. It does help that his jeans are still a bit damp. The feeling of soggy denim on his fur is incredibly unpleasant. Just a minute ago, he'd walked to the shore to put his clothes back on, and everything had been fine. Now he's in a different world. He leans back against the car, holding his arms, trying to ignore the intensifying gravity. Fuck. He's never been this high before. He's flying away! His 16-year-old self would be able to handle this no problem, but the shroom trip he went through sometime during junior year, had ruined most reality distorting drugs for him. Even when he smoked the cheap weak butt his friends provided him through high school, he still would come close to freaking out. He always had an oxy back in those days. Calm himself down. You don't take an oxy when you're on weed. Well, he freaked out. He said, okay, yeah, you take an oxy if you're on weed. Or at least whatever benzo he managed to steal from his mom's medicine cabinet. Now there's nothing between him and feeling like time and reality are completely fucked. Permanently fucked? Like how shrooms permanently fucked his sense of self? Can we do that? Stop. You fucking stupid fucking idiot. Stop psyching yourself out, man. And the fuck up. Dev had been right, of course. What the fuck was he thinking? Well, he knows what it is he'd been thinking. While he made a fuss about Dev answering for him, in reality, it has been a spur of the moment decision. Because when Artie offered the pen, he remembered that seeing things always became easier when he was high. It wasn't really a positive part of being high, but if he's going to be doing the psychic shit, maybe he should experiment more with it. How about no? He feels very different about it now. Weed seemed like a good harmless way to test this experiment 10 minutes ago. Now Cameron is questioning if weed even triggered supernatural stuff for him in the first place. He was always on the other stuff whenever he smoked weed after all. Opioids, stimulants, dissociatives, and definitely hallucinogens. Hallucinogens. Like shrooms did the trick. But for obvious reasons, he's never going to try those things again. He just needs to relax and be aware of if something happens. Oh yeah, he's blazed. Cameron opens his eyes, looking toward Artie in confusion. Huh? Babe, are you alright? The coyote looks at the bear, still confused. What's wrong? I just asked if you were feeling okay, and you were totally spaced out. Artie just stopped freaking him out. Everything's fine, alright, Cameron? I'm fine. It's you acting like something's wrong that's freaking me out right now. We are kind of being buzzkill 7. You got water? Let's get him a drink. Devon takes Cameron's paw. Sorry. Let's get water, okay, honey? Seeing Devon transition from frustrated to concerned immediately makes Cameron feel better. While he'd acted rebellious to somewhat disguise his intentions, he doesn't actually want the bear to be mad at him. He'll explain to Devon later why he did it if it actually ends up working. Just telling him right now with Audie right there would be way too complicated for his brain right now. Drugs hold a lot of baggage for him, like they would for any former addict. And Cameron doesn't doubt that Dev is not pleased in the slightest with what he's doing right now. For now, he squeezes Devon's paw in his own. Man, I saw the thing. Yeah, the things are getting worse. It is getting a lot worse. For now, he squeezes Devon's paw in his own and smiles as the bear squeezes back. Cameron giggles. Holy shit! Never been this high before. And that was a single-mouthed. All cartridges are fucking insane. Yeah, I swear it gets more potent every year. I'm surprised it knocked you on. I'm not surprised it knocked you on your ass. Cameron vacantly watches Dev climb into the rear of the Jeep, grabbing the plastic bottles and one of the gallon jugs of water. How long is the come up? Am I gonna get more high? Only if you take another hit. Want to? Dev looks up from unpacking their food and water, biting his lips, but Cameron shakes his head. No, I'm good. Just wondering. So just relax. You'll start coming down within an hour. That sounds good. One time I did shrooms and I was stuck in it for 8 hours. Felt like forever. Like, literally forever. Oh, no thanks, that shit freaks me out. I'm not into stuff that changes you for good, you know? Yeah, it definitely changed me. And not in a good way. I mean, some people change for the better, but others just end up mentally fucked, and that was me. No shit, what did it do? Just the idea of the few nasty tasting mushrooms can just change your entire universe. Makes everything feel fake, I guess. Like everything that makes us who we are. Our brain signals, our whatever, can be so easily manipulated. You realize nothing's real, and for my friends, that was something that actually motivated them to be better people. For me, I just cared less and less. The weed is making him open up about things he normally wouldn't, and the coyote isn't sure. That's a good thing. Sure, it opened up my mind, but no one ever tells you that you can't close it when you're done. You can't ever close it. I should have listened when they told me. I needed to be in a good place for it to have a good impact on me. I wasn't in a good place at all. The stress of the past day on top of remembering that traumatic events makes Cameron's eyes well up. Probably also because of the weed. Hey dude, are you okay? Tears spill over and he's truly crying. Despite knowing it must ridiculous. It feels meaningful and poignant. A good cry. It doesn't make it any less embarrassing. Devon, with an expression both worried and exasperated, pauses in his rummaging for the water and food to rub Cameron's arm and kiss his side of the head. I'm sorry. I thought that would help me, he goes. I don't even know why I did this. I wasn't mad at you at all. Devon studies Cameron closely for a moment and Cameron's blood runs cold. At the thought of that, for whatever reason, what he just said is fucked up enough to make Devon question why he's with the crazy canine in the first place. But Dev quickly goes on as if Cameron didn't say anything. Sit down and have some water, honey. He holds up a green plastic bottle filled with water, and Cameron Cameron drinks loudly from it. I really have issues to talk today. And food. Devon pushes a bag of jerky along with a box of cheese crackers towards Cameron. Why is Devon always so nice when he's such a dick? Well, Cam, think about it. Just think about it. Thanks, Devon. I'm sorry, I'm such a piece of shit. What? Where did that come from? I know that's something you wouldn't say, but I'd rather you tell me when I'm being awful. I didn't want to go back to the way I don't want to go back to the way I was. Quiet for a moment. Wow. This got you that fucked up, huh? Is that all you gotta say, Artie? Dev sounds angry at Artie anymore. It doesn't sound angry at Artie anymore. Much to Cameron's relief. Just very tired. Still, this is all pretty standard stuff. Especially when you got low tolerance. And I'm not trying to be a dick when I say that. I'm actually a little jealous. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cam, but it looks cathartic as hell. You're not being a dick. It's just not a smart thing to say right now, Arturo. That's right. I feel really in touch with my feelings right now, and Cameron absent-mindedly shoves the cracker into his muzzle and stops. The salty, savory flavor is so satisfying, he has to use all of his focus to appreciate it. Fuck, that's so good! Arturo laughs. Cameron shoves a strip of jerky that's lightly seasoned with hot sauce into his mouth, combining the flavors, and he moans again. Devon sighs in a defeated but accepting sort of way. That makes Cam feel even better. That even though he did something stupid, Devon seems to understand. Hey, let me in on some of that. Alright, but eat slow. This food is for survival, not your munchies. We'll be out here by noon. Dev, relax. Devon sighs as he leans up back against the tailgate, covering his face with his paws, and grunts with annoyance as he has to move to let Artie by. By the way, talking about out here by noon. I don't think so. You're not going anywhere. Trust me, I'm trying. Ooh. Is this gonna be a cuckolded Devon at the end of the arc? Cuckold Devon. The third wheel Dev looks sad. Yeah, he looks like about to be cuckolded by Artie. That's how he looks like. Seeming to disregard Devon's advice to take it slow, Artie starts cramming jerky into his muzzle, moaning like Cameron. Snacks are so much better when you're high versus like an actual meal, you know? Cameron doesn't know, but nods enthusiastically. We could really use a Duke or Brian or Tulsa to distract us right now. How about no? How about Brian and Duke can go fuck themselves? How about all of them? Devastating blow to the furry community. That's Artie cucked Dev? Or what's the devastating blow to the furry community? I can't believe this. Devon's tone is one of actual disbelief. Arturo lazily glances at Cameron. Is Devon being a fucking Nazi about everything new? Or have you been putting up with this for a while? It's weird after knowing how he acted in college. I have no idea why YouTube ate my previous messages. I said Artie was straight. Oh no! He is! Oh. Oh, okay. I assumed like everyone so far we met as the main characters was just gay, so I assumed he must be too. But that's actually a revelation that Artie is straight. I wouldn't have thought that, honestly. Yeah, that is actually a very devastating blow to the furry community. Because I don't know how long you have been here, Orion. I was just like, Artie's hot, dude. I would. And yeah, here we are. I'm out of luck. Cameron leans against the tailgate, smiling at Devon. I've been doing some dangerous shit during our investigations, and Dev is just trying to keep us safe. He's wonderful, and I love him. Devon looks at him and just gives him a small smile without saying anything. Oh, you're gonna let me in on what's going on between you two, because I think we can all admit that it's been super awkward so far. Hasn't it though? This must be fucking weird for you. Weirdest cucking I've ever seen. He's getting cucked by snacks and weed. They both laugh. The obnoxious snorts that Cameron makes only... Wait. They both laugh, and the obnoxious snorts that Cameron makes only makes him snort louder. That's just not really something you need to know about. I know that sounds rude, but I'm psychic. Dev's eyes widen, and Cameron doesn't help to fill the silence that follows. Like, you can see the future? I can see ghosts. It may be the future. I don't really know how it works. I'm trying to figure it out. Cameron hadn't really given it much thought, but seeing the future seemed to be part of it. Dude, it's fucking awesome! Devon shifts around and Cameron can tell he's not exactly happy about him talking to Artie about this. He has to wonder why. Shit, I think my aunt was a super psychic. Super psychic? Super psychic? As opposed to what, sort of psychic? Nah, she had like tarot cards and shit and told half my siblings that we're up to shady shit, that the cartel was gonna disappear them. Well, did they get disappeared? I mean, one of them died after routine surgery, but the cartel wasn't involved, as far as I know. That's so sad. Sorry, I didn't know why I laughed. It's cool, I get it. So, not really psychic, or at least not like himself. It feels wrong, but Cameron feels almost dismissive of anyone that doesn't see things like he does. He's different in a good way, and for once, he feels like he can admit that. He had seen his friend's death a few months before it happened, and he had dreams that were so accurate to the future that it had seemed almost like a deja vu. I wanna go for a walk. Everything looks really neat right now. Dope! Let's go see some ghosts. Devon sighs heavily again, but helps Cameron down from the trunk, the coyote leaning against him as they start walking. This is going to end so much in hell, dude. Like, this is not going to end well at all. At this point, Devon has resigned himself to the fact that Cameron is going to do what he wants. And all Devon can do is respect this decision. While Artie reminding him more than once that Cameron is an adult had been annoying, it's also true that Devon has no right to take decisions away from Cameron. Still, there's a part of him that hurt that Cameron would disregard his own feelings on the matter, especially after opening up to him about the lake. But Devon also disregarded Cameron's feelings when bringing him here. At least to an extent that the bearhead thought was reasonable. Now it seems like he's reaping what he sowed. Still, Devon remembers and brings up something that should keep them from venturing too far into town. We should go only as far as the motel. Cam and I had a brush with some gun-toting redneck near the other side of the town last night. Wow, really? Cameron giggles. One yelled at us from really far away, and Dev ran so hard he got a gnarly cramp in his thigh. Again, he had a shotgun. Doesn't that bother you guys, Artie? Artie shrugs. I've had guys flash their guns at me on the road because I flipped them off. Every one of them is just too chicken shit to shoot. And this was even when I flew the old Azul Blanco on my car. Dude, Artie is getting so shot. Can't wait for us to regret these words, yeah. He's gonna get so blown by a shotgun, I don't know what else will. Well, luckily for you, people don't even know what that is. Now if I were to mount a Sonoran flag on my Jeep while also flipping the bird. Anyway, I say we stick around this area no further than the motel. You should be more careful though, Artie. I swear I hear a road rage story every few months here where someone gets shot. Honestly, Cam, if that's just my fork in the road, I say let it happen. You gotta live. And if that involves getting shot on the freeway because you made fun of someone's driving, then so be it. Yeah, Artie is like, yeah, I'm gonna take the shotgun blast full force to the face. I don't care. I love death in the face. I hope that doesn't come back to bite him in the ass later. Oh, wow, boy, a lot of words here, yeah. Is it really a fork in the road if the other option is death? Yeah. One of the roads just leads to a dead end or something? I don't know, I'm high as hell right now. Always these stoners, right? I think the metaphor is more appropriate for longer term consequences though. Devon just smirks at the meaningless banter about fork in the road. Metaphors that must seem so profound to them right now. You know, my mom always talks about her fork in the road being in the 5th grade and that it led to her having a shitty life. Seems kinda young to have a decision like that come up. I think she just likes to be able to point at the moment everything went wrong. But anyway, they'd been hyping up this space shuttle launch for months, and she decided she was going to be an astronaut. And then the fucking shuttle exploded. Challenger just went poof. She went to the public library for the first time in her life to check out books about astrophysics and stuff. Steph suddenly has a good idea of where this is going. Then, while the whole class was watching the liftoff on TV, it exploded. And even though her teacher turned off and went about the day like nothing happened, they all knew those astronauts were dead. made her question all her plans, and she drifted through life after that, not knowing what she wanted to be anymore. Damn. That's fucked up, man. Do you know what happened, by the way? Cameron gives Steph a confused look. So does Artie. Like they forgot he's even there. Jesus Christ, where does the bear come from? Oh God, no! Why my mom didn't know what to do? Because she watched clips of smiling, waving astronauts getting on the space shuttle that then exploded live on TV, Devon. Devon sighs, realizing he needs to make things more clear for this high version of Cameron. No, I mean why that shuttle exploded. Because rockets and fuel can cause an explosion, right? Oh, well, yeah, but mainly. Dev refocuses his train of thought. It's because they didn't listen to their engineers. No, Devon, don't make this about yourself right now. Please don't. That's a minus point for you, Dev. Because they didn't listen to their engineers. You know, the people that stand between you and a pancaked shopping mall, or a freeway bridge collapsing during rush hour, or an exploding space shuttle. Dev raises his brows, meaningful. At Cameron, though, weirdly enough, he realizes that he's mainly talking about to himself. Always listen to your engineer. Okay, so Dev, I said earlier that I really like you, but that was the cringiest shit you've ever said. And I bet it's not the last cringy shit you say, but this was really pure, unadulterated fucking cringe. And you should be fucking ashamed of yourself for just putting this out there. Everyone in this room is now dumber and cringed so hard their muscles spasmed by me reading this out loud. Dev, you're not doing what you think you do. His half-assed attempt at making the conversation about listening to his advice quickly backfires, though. Well, if those engineers were like the ones at Pueblo, I'm willing to bet more people would have listened to them if they didn't act like such know-it-all pricks. Someone's still sore from having to drop out of their major. Fuck you too. Hey, come on, guys. You're feeling good right now. No, Artie, I've dated an engineer for 5 years. They gotta talk down to you to do their job. Cameron walks against Devon playfully and nudges him with his shoulder. Even though Cameron is playing along with what Devon started, hearing his boyfriend say that actually stings a little bit. Babe, I don't talk down to you. I don't mean to anyway. Arturo makes a face and Dev does his best to pretend like he doesn't see it. Hey, I'm just kidding. I agree with you. If people let disasters happen because they are too proud to listen to experts, then fuck them. Maybe if they had, my mom would be on the space station right now. Maybe. Mistakes happen, though. They remind us to keep our guard up, because it always slips eventually, you know? I think I do. Dev smiles pleasantly, surprised that Cameron seems to be heeding his advice to be careful. For the first time in a day, he finds himself starting to relax a little. The end of this bizarre nightmare is in sight. They are already starting to circle back around to the car. You know, it's amazing to think about how you two are still together. That brings Dev out of his reverie rather quickly. Why is that? Well, all our friends didn't last more than a few years out of college. And if you think about it, you and Cam are probably the biggest opposites out of all of those relationships. I think the most important thing in a relationship is getting along. If you can't do that for 99% of the time, you're probably set. I would say Cameron is onto something here. That and having different hobbies and spending time apart adds to a healthy relationship. He's also onto something. That is all true. And sometimes you sound like a self-help relationship book. Something. Maybe that's why. I think it's just that we're both reasonable people. That's usually all you need. Well, I'm happy it all worked out, especially after your first relationship. Honestly, looking back, I was basically setting Cam up to be your rebound. I wasn't really meaning to, of course. You know, I forgot about how you somehow managed to always say the wrong thing at the wrong time already. Well, it was been a long time, so I'm interested. I just wonder who you were with before me. All you said is that they were like a month-long fling. Artie seems to take this as a go-ahead to reveal irrelevant and embarrassing information about Death's previous love life. He was a fox named Jesus, right, Devon? I never brought him up because the relationship lasted literally 2 months. A fox, huh? The bear likes his canines, huh? He's a bit of a Leo here. I can see a bit of a pattern. Not as close as Leo's pattern, but it's definitely a pattern. Cameron says it in a contemplative way, in a way that makes Devon uneasy, even though the coyote is probably just really curious. Still, Devon has to wonder if Cam is now suspecting he has a canine fetish or something. I'm glad I could point it out. I'm glad. Well, yeah, it was short, but when he dumped Dev, like he went the full chick flick route and laid in bed for a week eating ice cream. I was so worried about him that I set the two of you up. Devon's muscle burns under the fur, even hotter than the heat of the desert. Why did I ever tell you anything in confidence? Well, it's more like I saw it, like the entire dorm did. Is that true, Devon? To Devon's dismay, Cameron sounds genuinely interested now, combined with a genuine degree of concern. It reminds me of a high school crush I had, but I was afraid to say anything at the time. You will never know if you don't take your shot. That's the one lesson I can give you, Beastman. If you have a crush on someone who is most likely gay or bi, take the shot. They can't say more than no. You'll never find out otherwise, and you will ask yourself this for your entire life. You seemed so put together when I first met you. If avoids answering. It wasn't you that set us up. You mentioned me to your girlfriend's friend, who happened to be Cameron's friend. She set us up. Yeah. You can word it how you like it, but if I didn't remember them mentioning the super hot guitar coyote to Betty's gay, dude, who knows where you'd be now? Yeah, that's me. In less than a week, I knew it worked because I walked in and the two of you fucking. Oh God, why are you bringing that up? Yeah, why? Because it was funny. Besides, I walked in on like a dozen people going at it at some point. Hell, back when university library was open 24/7, you had some 50-50 chance of walking in on a pair of rats getting it on at 2 a.m. in one of the back rooms. Arturo prattles on Cameron while Devon talks behind a bit. The bear finds himself wishing he'd been the one to tell Cameron about that. The way Artie described it made it sound unstable in a way. The fox had been cute, but Devon never really got to know him before Jesus abruptly broke it off. Jesus is the fox that died out here. That's one of Brian's victims. 300%. I'm on that money. I'm betting my left testicle. I will lose my left testicle at the end of this run. I know, but I also do it. Jesus, 300% Brian victim. Right now. Balls on the table. When he first met up Cameron, on the other hand, he was cute and hot. Especially with his guitar and voice. But that was just the surface stuff. Cameron was also nice and considerate and thoughtful and complex in ways that the bear is still trying to fully understand. Devon had girlfriends in high school, so people wouldn't get suspicious, but the fox had been what he considered his first real relationship. I kinda am Wildfire. I got a right testicle after that still. And I never bet my right testicle, I only bet my left testicle. But the fox had been what he considered his first real relationship. And he'd simply overreacted to this first real breakup. Looking back on his 19-year-old self, it's hard to understand why it had felt like the end of the world. If Cameron were to disappear from his life now, it would be the end of the world. The world that he knows, at least. Maybe if for some terrible reason it did come to an end, he would look back 10 years from now and think the same about his 25-year-old self, but he doubts that. 5 years is a long time, and he plans to spend the rest of his life with Cameron. Unlike that flinging college, losing Cameron would be a traumatic, life-changing disaster. Oh, you will find out that Jesus probably didn't just leave you. Jesus probably was just murdered. And this is going to be also a traumatic, life-changing disaster once you find out, Devon. I am very much on the money on this one. I do feel like this is what happened. Just thinking about it makes his throat tighten. The abyss he's felt below his feet since he was 12. That emotional scar left from the last traumatic event in his life seems to yawn a bit wider. The bear thinks back to the point he'd been trying to make about engineers helping to avoid catastrophic failures, and why it had felt like he had been talking to himself. There's a moment in which recovery is impossible, where a chain reaction of small disasters are set off that then mushroom into a tragedy. Maybe he'd been reminding himself about what could happen, or maybe he's realizing something that's already happened. Why does it feel like he's already past that point? The point where he made a decision, a literal fork to set in motion a cascade of failures. There's no reason for him to feel that way, considering they are minutes away from leaving, but it feels hopeless now. He ignored all the signs and he turned right. He ignored all the signs. Just like all those officials who ignored signs from their department stores, bridges, dams, and spaceships. Minutes. You're gonna stay here until you face your trauma, bitch. That's what Echo says. At least until everything fell apart. Time passes quickly, and bantering with Artie and Devon had made Cameron forget what he was trying to do in the first place. He wonders if maybe that had been Devon's goal. He should be keeping his mind open, not covering up potential spirits with loud, obnoxious laughs. As they reminisce about their college days. Because right now he's feeling something strange that he can't explain. Alright, ready to head out? Man, we didn't even find anything scary. You don't look for scary things. You let them happen. And nothing happened, so Cameron can't leave now. Hey, Dev, please, don't be mad at me. Dev doesn't say anything, and that makes Cameron squirm. Are you guys gonna fight again? Can I have 5 minutes alone, please? No. Just 5 minutes, I swear, and we'll be done. Cameron! I can feel something. I don't know what, but you guys are making it hard to hear. Cameron, the motel is right there. I'm not leaving you here. Dev's tone is so resolute, so unshaken, that Cameron shrinks into himself, realizing he's reached Dev's limit. Just 5 minutes. What could possibly go wrong? Artie clears his throat. Not to butt in, but how about this? Me and Dev stand at the end of the road over there so we can see you. Then we can make sure nothing bad happens. Please, Dev. I just need to figure something out, and it's gonna bother me forever if I don't. Please. Dev is clearly taken aback by Cameron's intensity, which had been Cameron's intention. Something is wrong, and he needs to confirm it. Is this what you're doing safe? Could it hurt you? I don't know. I don't think so. It has more to do with me than ghosts, though. Dev doesn't say anything for several seconds, seeming to weighing multiple scenarios in his head. Okay, we'll be up the road. Please be careful and yell if you need us. Okay, thank you. Dev kisses Cameron on the head for a long moment before walking away up the road. And he looks back and forth confused before following Dev. Alone now, Cameron can tell that something is definitely different. He can't put his finger on it, but it's not just him being residually high. It's almost like he can see more clearly. Like he can see more. Meaning is nothing. Cameron isn't sure what to think about this. Well, there's another bear. Hello! Hello, Mr. Bear! You want a cuddle? Oh, you're going for the throat and I... Thank you for the hearts. The weed isn't making it happen though. Just like he hoped it would. But it's weak. He can hear the voices of those who have passed, just barely playing along the wind. For just a fraction of a second, he thinks of trying opioids just once more, and how that would truly help him. Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew this would happen. Like, even that the thought would come up. And he's gonna shoot up later on. Like, Cam is going full chunky mode. I know. Oh my god. This is going to be such a dark visual novel. The thought leaves him feeling physically repulsed to the point that he almost retches. The visceral reaction surprising even him. 3 years of substance abuse, the death of his mother, the death of his friends. He vividly remembers those 2 weeks when he quit cold turkey, hiding away in his friend's basement in a pool of sweat, shaking, having every bathroom issue possible, wanting to rip through his fur and skin to run into the street into a car. He cried constantly. He hated himself. He was worthless. He needed to die. He had to die. But at the end of those 2 weeks, he'd made it. Quitting cold turkey is fucking brutal. Cameron, respect, dude. Like, holy shit. Quitting cold turkey in 2 weeks. Oh boy. Cameron went through fucking hell. It was hard, but his friends would always tell him withdrawals aren't the hard part. The hard part is finding pills in a friend or relative's medicine cabinets months, even years later. That hard part is crushing those pills up in neat little lines of powder, staring at them, telling yourself you don't need it. You don't have to do it. But you do it. You always do it. No matter how many times you get clean. Someone like Cameron needed something else to keep him clean. And that's Devon, because the shame and heartache of Devon finding out wouldn't ever be worth it. But knowing this moment, any moment, can be far better with a single pill, unfortunately that feeling will always be there. So, no. This is stupid. And he won't touch drugs again, not even weed. The window. Oh shit! At first Cameron is only surprised. This is something he hasn't seen in months. Not since October of last year. But still, he kind of hopes this would happen. This creature is a manifestation. This creature, this manifestation is somehow connected to his abilities. He'd always thought it'd be mental illness. But now that he knows there's something more to all this, maybe it's a sign, a harbinger of sorts, that might lead him to important visions. Still, something about it is especially unsettling this time. Something is wrong. Something is different. And it's more than just the raincoat monster appearing. Arches and half circles. Yeah, this association squared, absolutely. His train of thought cuts off as he notices a barely discernible movement from the creature. Aside from a handful of moments in the past that felt like glitches, more than anything else, the creature never moved. It was always like cardboard cutout. It's no longer cardboard though. Breathing. What's happening? He's not thinking right. This thing isn't part of Echo. Cameron knows that. So why is it acting different? More alive, as if the town is amplifying it. Maybe it's just the setting, his nerves, the weed. But now he's realizing how strange it is that he's been so relieved to find out he's psychic. Doesn't he still have problems? It's not like all those issues were solved. Are those the voices of the dead or something else? Are those ghosts or hallucinations? Is there a difference? Suddenly a whole new wave of anxiety washes over the canine. Just like that, he's not sure about anything anymore. He'd had such a beautiful, life-changing epiphany, and now he looks up to the road toward where Dev and Artie are. But they are not there, and Cameron stares, wondering what's real anymore. He looks back at the monster standing in the window. If it's a harbinger for something important, he should go into that room. Otherwise, he'll just leave here, knowing he's crazy, knowing he's on the verge of a fucking psychotic breakdown. You should not go into this room. Oh, damn it. Damn it. What am I doing? And then he's moving for the window. For that monster. The whispers growing and the distortions twisting. Devon watches his boyfriend in the distance, carefully feeling his anxiety come down a bit, as Cameron just seems to stand there. So, what's the deal, man? Huh? What? You know what I'm talking about? What happened? Did he see some fucked up shit earlier? Because you seem really, really worried. For a moment, Devon is glad Artie cuts himself off, but then... Hey! What the fuck? Ah! Artie is already running up the road towards the car. Devon looks and sees a man standing next to the car, the hood. Devon isn't sure what to do at first. Either go to Cameron or follow Artie. Cameron seems oblivious in the distance, which is probably for the best, and it doesn't look like the man is carrying any sort of weapon. So, deciding his friend is gonna need his help, he runs out after Artie. Dev runs up to the car just as the old weasel-looking man headbutts Artie in the face. Ah, fuck, son of a bitch. It's Duke! He's back! You piece of shit, I hope you fucking die! Artie stumbles and falls on his ass. Hey! The weasel regards him coolly, seemingly not bothered by the fact that he just used his own face as a battering ram. Hey! Dev doesn't know what to say, Mostly because he doesn't know why this guy just did what he did. Oh, he had a glow up. Yeah, he looks way better than he used to. I'm kinda surprised he's still alive and didn't like meth himself out of existence the last 5 years. Meanwhile, Artie moans on the ground, a paw on his forehead. That at least gives Steph a starting point. You can't just fucking do that, man. What are you doing? Adjusting things. He shows off a pair of pliers. Yeah, he's still a problem for other people. He's not. He's still fucking stupid. Devon can hear his heart pounding, in his ears as he sees a toolbox balanced on the bumper. Why? Give me that. Devon starts to step forward to take the pliers from the man, but a flash of light blinds him. Oh. Dev had been hit before, but not as an adult at least. His size usually deterred anyone from trying anything, and he normally didn't get into those kind of situations anyway. So this moment takes what feels like a long time for his brain to process. He stumbles on his feet, paws uselessly outstretched, trying to refocus when something explodes in his stomach. That seems to expand like a balloon under his ribcage. The bear doubles over in shock, feeling like a vacuum has opened up in his torso before he falls to his knees. The long, strained sound of agony seems to go on forever as his diaphragm refuses to work. Only now does he realize he's been punched in the stomach as well, and while he's had to whine the wind knocked out of him before, it's nothing like this. How was that, fat ass? Dev goes on droning in response. A small part of him considering that he might actually suffocate to death. You won't, Dev. But as you said, you were never in a fight, so I don't blame you for getting all that shit wrong. Holy hell, man, what the fuck is your problem? Oh, you wanna know? Devon still with his face forward. The ground only hears movement above him, but that's followed by a gasp from Artie. I have a problem with sick fucks like you two dicking around in the place because you think it's funny. Oh. Here we go. Hello, may I introduce you to my friend 911. He has 7 bullets for you, and they all run faster than you. Dev is only now starting to get his breath back, but his eyes are locked on the gun in his face, and his insides turn to water, which has nothing to do with the punch. You were probably... Beastman, were you like a bigger guy? Because in school, if you're like big, then mostly people won't touch you. Where were you 5 years ago, huh? Back home with mommy and daddy, living in your middle-class houses. I thought you'd come out here and see what the crazy methods are up to. How they killed each other. The man adjusts his grip on the gun and Dev almost chokes with fear. Either the old man is gonna shoot him or he's gonna do it on accident. Is this still fun? Artie rough breathing next to Dev. It's the only thing that lets the bear know that the cat is still there with him. Dude, listen. We didn't mean... You listen, dude. I gave you assholes a whole fucking day to get the fuck out, but you're still here. Since you are so goddamn comfortable, hope you don't mind being stuck here for good. With that, the man turns away, sticking his gun down his pants before calmly collecting his tools, closing the toolbox, and walking off the road straight through the sagebrush. Went to go, son. Almost got shot. Not clickbait gone wrong. You missed the gone sexual. Gone sexual, gone wrong. Holy shit. It's a 9-mile walk to the freeway. I suggest you leave the moment it gets cool. And that's friendly advice. There's much worse out there than me, you stupid fucks. Artie bends over. Devon, who slowly stumbles to his feet, hunched over his stomach, aching for. Okay, brain.x is shut down. Let me try it again. Artie bends over Devon, who slowly stumbles to his feet, hunched over, his stomach aching far worse than his muscle, which he wipes clean of blood. Fuck, man, what did he do? Artie looks back to the car, and even from here, Dev can see wiring sticking out from the hood. I can't fucking believe this! Hang on, I'm getting calm. Alright, man, I'll see if this thing is even worth coming back for. Devon chucks up the road, grunting with each step, each one sending a jolt through his stomach. While the weasel hadn't moved in this direction, Dev isn't taking any chances. He also needs to make sure the coyote is. Cameron! You shouldn't be panicking, not yet. But that feeling is starting up again. And after having a gun pointed in his face... Cameron! No answer. No answer. Dev heaves for air, looking around until he sees a flash of flannel through a motel window. He's next to it in a second, unable to fit, so he pries backboards with his bare paws. Then he pushes through and tumbles into thick darkness. All right, I will quit it here. I think I've droned on long enough. How dare you come here and not leave? You should leave now, and I'm going to break your car as punishment because that makes sense. I think it was a more of, yeah. I think more walking to the highway is the punishment he intended them to do. And yeah. All right. Thank you, Wildfire. Thank you, Beastman. Thank you, King Alpha. Thank you, Orion. And whoever else was here. Nikoi. Sharkoi is his name now. Sharkoi. Thank you all for being here. It was absolutely lovely reading this, and I absolutely love reading more of this. I look forward to next Saturday. Can't wait for it. Saturday is always the highlight of the week for me at the moment. So yeah, thank you all. By the way, I want to make this a fixed thing that we read visual novels on Saturdays. So if you have also suggestions what we could look after this one, I'm all ears. Just so you know. All right, everyone. Take care, and we see each other all next Saturday. Everyone, bye-bye. You can send me... no, you can't. There's 9:22. It's safe for work and complete. I'll check that out. Yeah. Of course, they need to be YouTube compliant. That's the most important thing, I guess. Anyways, take care. Yeah, exactly. You can talk about them later. We'll see each other on the flip side. Bye-bye.